you see and hear me all okay? Lovely. Yeah. Perfect. Lovely, thank you. So, I'm Maisie Lilley. I'm a print designer and artist, and I'm looking forward to today with sharing this talk with you. Unfortunately, I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person. It's a long way for me. I'm all the way based up in Lancaster, so hopefully this virtual talk will be useful for you. So I'm just going to share my presentation now. Bear with me. So, hope you can all see this all okay. So yeah, we're here today to talk about around the topic of heritage and technology. So I'm going to kind of start the talk with giving a bit of background into me and my experiences so far to sort of help understand my perspective of heritage and technology. So a little bit about me. I'm an NUA textile design graduate. So I actually did my first year as a fine art course. But then I moved over to textile design for my final 2 years when I figured out that was more sort of what I wanted to do post uni and was more related to my kind of practice. So and I heavily focused on print design within sort of my degree on textile design. So then obviously now I've been working in the industry for over 4 years, and I've mainly worked in sort of within the interior industry. So sort of my journey through then. So straight from university, I went into doing a bit of freelance design. I graduated just as kind of COVID hit, so it was quite hard initially to get work. So I did a bit of freelance, but I wasn't actually earning any money from this. So I was still trying to apply for work whilst generating sort of a portfolio of designs, really. And then I got my first position in the industry as a styling intern for Sanderson Design Group. So we worked heavily on sort of photo shoots for fabrics and wallpapers, and that was really interesting to sort of get some insight into that side of the industry and the business. So that was for Sanderson Design Group. And then I went on to my position in Standfast and Barracks, which is also part of the Sanderson Design Group. So that's kind of like an overarching company. And then within Sanderson Design Group, we've got 2 manufacturing companies. So we've got Standfast Barracks, which is the fabric printers, which I work for currently. And then we also work closely with Ansty, which is the wallpaper printer. And then we also have 6 luxury interior brands. So we've got the likes of Morris & Co, Sanderson, Zoffany, Clark & Clark, Scion, and Harlequin. It's always hard to try and remember all 6 of those, but yeah. So, so now I'm doing design in the sort of the studio, which kind of we assist with sort of the pre-print process and work quite closely with the customers to get their designs ready for print. So just a little bit more into Standfast and Barracks. So as I mentioned, we're a fabric printer. We do digital processes and more traditional conventional print processes. And we mainly print for interior fabrics, and it's sort of the high-end market that we're kind of printing for. And we've got an international customer base. So we print for customers in the US. We've got quite a few customers in Europe, and then obviously customers within the UK that we work with. But we have the design studio as well, so we're not just a commission printer, which means customers don't just send us their designs and we print them. We have a lot of involvement in the pre-process of that. So so that's the studio that I work within. I have got a video actually that I thought might be quite useful just to share with you. It's a video that I helped put together with part of the marketing team. So yeah, we worked quite closely with a videographer to put this promo video together. So I'm just going to come off this quickly and then I'll just play this video because it gives a good understanding into what we do. So thank you. Fab. Just come back on to my presentation. Yes. Yes. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, no. Yes, of course. Sorry about that. We tested it. Okay. Yeah. So hopefully that kind of visually showed you a little bit of what we do. Unfortunately, it's a shame that you couldn't hear the sound to go along with that, but I can try and get more in depth with my other slides to make sure that I've covered everything on that. So moving on to the design studio. So this is sort of the department that I work within. So there's a couple of different processes within the design studio. So we've got sort of the origination of the design, repeat, kind of the print. So there's that side, and then we have separation, which is another process, along with coloration, and I'll get more in depth to them shortly. But we'll start with the first stage, which is design. So depending on kind of what each customer wants can vary how much we have a play in the part their design process really. So some really want that sort of support from us and want us to start from scratch, and we'll help them with every stage. Some already have an idea of what they do want and will bring their artworks in, and we're just kind of helping with just the sampling side of things. So we have our archive on site, so we use lots of antique textiles. We've got wallpapers, artworks. We've got some wood blocks that we've bought from India, so that we can then use these to generate into new designs. Again, customers can vary with whether they want to kind of keep the original document as is and keep it very authentic and true to what the document they've used, or whether we kind of take elements from the design and generate a kind of whole new design from it. And then if there's not kind of the things that we're looking for within the archive, what we can do is we generate things from scratch as well. So as designers can hand paint, hand draw, and do lots of different kind of produce artworks ourselves. We might use archive documents to redraw from if we find that we kind of like the layout and the repeat of a design, but we just want it in a different handwriting or something like that. So we will repaint things. Or again, if it's like completely to a customer's brief and it's not there, we can produce that. So then we also have, oh, yeah, so we have like a portfolio of what we call sort of like existing designs. The designs that are ready for customers to be able to take straight into print. So we've kind of done all that process before them. So then they have the exclusive rights to print this fabric with us and add into their own print collections, which they can do on fabric or wallpaper with our sister company, Anstey. So we find that with a lot of the designs that we do, at some point there's always sort of that hand touch and that authenticity in like an original document that people are wanting. People are not really ever wanting the look of a digital made design, so we're always throughout the entire process trying to keep things authentic and that touch of the hand in within it. So as also we would exhibit these designs at a trade show that we exhibit at in Italy, and so then customers can see them and then we'll produce the designs for them, or they'll just go straight into their print collections really. And then, and as mentioned, sort of if there isn't things within the archive, we will do new artworks by hand. We're not finding that people are wanting, when we don't generate designs in software, like the artwork side of it, there's always that touch of the hand somewhere. So whether it's that the original archive document that's used would have had that sort of like touch of the hand, or again we'll paint and draw and things like that. So while we do use technology and sort of CAD software sort of as things such as Photoshop to put the designs into like a repeat structure and things like that, there is always an element of the hand within each design that we do. So moving on is the next stage. So once the customer's kind of happy with how the design is looking, we will separate the design for them. So what this means is we pick each element or colour in the design and we put it onto its own layer. So what our separation artists will do is they'll hand draw with a Wacom tablet each element of the design onto a separate layer. And we can also use, we've got CAD software that we can use to help support this. So there's AVA, which we've recently introduced into our studio, which is quite big in the industry. So that can sort of support and pick up elements and colours of the design itself, but we often have to fix a lot of this anyway. So so as you can kind of see, this design probably has, we can have like 30 separations within a design. So you can kind of see as the design, the more layers that are turned on, it builds up. So for screen printing and conventional printing, so as you could hopefully see in the video, there was lots of different screens that make up a design. So each of those has its own die. So we need to separate a design for this so that we can have each element on its own screen. But for digital print, this isn't as necessary to have this process. As with digital printing, it's kind of like you printers at home, it's just printing out an image onto the cloth direct. But we still find that we use this separation process a lot for even digital prints, because it gives that flexibility in the customers, because they want to recolor their designs and put multiple colorways in each. They'll might have like 3 colorways that they'll print as part of the final product. So it just gives that flexibility and keeps that quality when editing colours in the design, because it's quite easy to then just pick the layer and drop a colour in for that layer, rather than having to clunkily mess about with a flat image in Photoshop and things and trying to pick up colours. It can be quite difficult and the quality is not as good. And then also with the separation process, we can sort of, if we're using an archive document that's got a lot of age and wear, we might actually need to fix this. So we can kind of redraw elements in, we can add textures back into designs in the separation process. And we might have a document and then, or an artwork, and we kind of want it to have a certain effect. Often we're trying to mimic traditional processes. So block printing, we might try and add sort of that bleed edge into a flat design just to try and mimic that. Or if we want things to, because digital printing can be quite flat sometimes rather than conventional, because it's being pushed through a screen and there's kind of that dye being pushed into the cloth, we can mimic that effect through this software that we use. So yes, there is kind of, with separation, we are using again the sort of like skill and the drawing side with ourselves, but we are using CAD software and technology a lot to support us with this and trying to mimic that hand touch. And then moving on, so sorry, I don't know why it's not going. Can't trust technology, hey, it's frozen. Ooh. There we go, where we need to be. So this is an example of why we might want to separate a design. As you could see on the slide before, we've now got 3 completely different colorways. So separating just meant for the ease of this to be able to drop each color into each element with ease. So sort of the coloration is where we are now starting to sample the customer's design onto cloth, and we're trying to achieve the colours that they want, the final colours. So again, so we can offer different sort of services and support for each customer for what they need. So we can offer quite the full-on support where we are very creative with creating the colour works. So they might send us a loose brief. They might say that, like, send through a mood board or a trend board for what they are after, or swatches for us to match to, and then we will actually create the colourways and send that to them, and then they can kind of approve and say what they like and what they don't like. Or they can be quite specific in what they want, so we'll need to do an exact colour matching to they might print out their design onto paper and send that to us, and we then have to print out the design onto cloth, and we're constantly tweaking the colours and slightly altering them to make sure that they match exactly to that paper printout that was sent. And then obviously we work quite closely with Anstey, so there's often a lot of the time where we're matching to the wallpaper, or likewise they'll be matching to our fabrics, so that across like products where there's the same print on wallpaper and fabric. So we'll get our samples ready, kind of the colours ready, send that to the customer, and then once they're happy with that sample will be approved as the standard that we'll then print the bulk production with. So so yes, this is kind of like the final stage that we go on to. And again, there's the human skill a lot in this, so we are doing the colour tweaks by eye, but we are using the CAD software to alter the colours within that. But yeah, so it's very much again that balance of our human skill and sort of, there we go. So we've got a lot of, with the process within the design, there is the element of the human skill and our craft and what, like, you know, what we can do. So but we're using CAD software to support us with this, and that technology is such a useful tool into ensuring that we can do things with speed and with ease, and that things look good. And as we are an 100-year-old business, Standfast and Barracks, we kind of have this juggle of our heritage, and we've got the heritage printing, the conventional sort of traditional print with the screen printing, or we've got to stay up to date with the latest innovations in the industry, so digital printing, and we were kind of like pioneers in that. And you've got to, as a company, to try and survive, we've got to kind of keep up to date with how the industry is moving and latest technologies and things. So sort of the conventional print is more of our like luxury product, so it offers a higher quality print. There's involved in sort of the process of it, we've got a lot of it says the operatives that use the machine that are kind of watching it, and they're doing all their things that they need to do, so that's quite a big skill that is needed. And then there's the dye chemistry involved with conventional printing, so we've got colorists who work for conventional print, so they again have to alter dye recipes to be able to get the colours that they want in the design. So there's a lot of craft with that, so customers often do want to sort of buy into that craft and the traditional print. But then we've got digital printing, which makes up about 80% of our business. So that's kind of seems like the way it's moving forward. And I suppose reasons for this are sustainability. There's a lot less water used with digital printing because we're not washing down the screens and things with the dyes. So there's that aspect that customers want to buy into. They want to have a more sustainable product. We've kind of got the limitless colours that you can have because it's printing out an image, rather with screens we can only do up to 24 screens on the flatbed printer. So yeah, so that sort of offers a bit more flexibility, and there's not the limits there with that. And then speed, so it's a lot faster turnaround the production of it. We're not having to get the screens engraved and exposed. We can just print straight away. So we can understand why sort of customers are going with digital printing over conventional, but there's definitely a place for both, and it just depends kind of like what market and what our customers are after. So I'm still seeing a lot that craftsmanship is trending, especially in interiors. So we've got Molly Mahon as an example. She's a fabric and wallpaper. She produces her own wallpapers and fabrics, sorry. But part of her, behind her product and the story behind it all, is that they're block printed by hand. So she has a team out in India who print all of her fabrics with wood blocks. So she's very much selling that craftsmanship as part of her product and part of her process. So this is just an example of one customer, but yeah, I'm seeing a lot of this still within the interior industry. This one and the story behind things with craft, and probably down to sort of sustainability, that slow design, wanting to slow things down. And I do feel like there's a bit of a response to sort of like the digital and latest technology that we kind of want to like revert back to craft and that human touch element. So I actually created this trend as part of my final major project at university. Kind of had a bit of interest in trend forecasting and what trends mean. So I did a placement at a trend forecasting agency in Newcastle called Trend Bible. And then I also did my dissertation on trends. So I did this as part of my final major project. But basically this trend, the home as a gallery, was the idea around this was that it was about having high quality prints and artworks in your home as wallpapers and fabrics. So sort of trend drivers. So what a trend driver is things like consumer behaviours or world events that might dictate or lead why a design trend happens. So for this, I was kind of saying that there's kind of this thing with sustainability, wanting to slow down design, having higher quality sort of artworks, and rise in maximalism. So with kind of trends we see sort of a pattern of it might be one way for a bit. So minimalism was quite a big thing about 10, 20 years ago. And then we kind of go the opposite way and go back to maximalism. So there's kind of that pattern with that. And I've also kind of recognized that pattern with like digital technology and seeing that sort of like that was kind of a thing when digital printing was quite new. But then kind of like that sort of, well, we've had that for a while now, and we're kind of maybe losing that touch and that craft, so that it's like a reverting back and, you know, going the other way with things. So I've kind of, this was something that I did at uni, but I'm still seeing a lot of this within different kind of trends within the interiors. That element of craftsmanship is very much there. But it'd be interesting to see with things now lately with like AI and things like that, is that going to push it the other way? And again, it's like a new thing. Are people going to start playing with that and seeing what that's about? Or is it going to push craftsmanship even more because it's that fear around it, and then people then be like, oh no, let's go away from that, let's bring back craft. So it'll be interesting to see how that has a play on things. So I also think it's always good to look back to the past and see what's happened before to learn from things. So we've got the Industrial Revolution. So before that, we kind of had skilled textile workers who would work in sort of like a domestic setting or in small workshops, but then factories became a thing, and that's when we kind of see mass production. I suppose one positive from mass production is that more people could access these sort of like the products and interior things rather than just the rich and wealthy. But then we see like a lot of skilled textile workers losing their jobs. The factory working conditions weren't good, and not very safe, and the quality of the products themselves were actually not nowhere near as good as what they were before. So as response to this, we see things like the design reform movement. So they weren't happy with sort of the quality of how things were, so they wanted to change that. So we've got Augustus Pugin, who's an architect and designer, but he was a Gothic revivalist, and he kind of looked back to the medieval period for good design and challenged current fashions with looking back to the past and what was done before and trying to bring that back. And then this kind of led on to the arts and crafts movement. So I'm sure you've all heard of William Morris, he's still quite popular today. So again, he believed heavily in beautiful things being well made and useful around the home and like in everyday life. So we're kind of seeing that sort of these movements come about as like a challenge against sort of the like industrial revolution and things getting a bit too like losing sort of that touch of the human hand and things going a bit too far. So it's interesting to see how we can kind of things, they run parallel. There's this element of the craft and heritage and technology, and then if it goes too far one way, we might bring it back with bringing craft back in again. But we're kind of seeing that again still with today. So this is Morris & Co. So as I mentioned, this is one of the brands within Sanderson Design Group. So they've just launched this recent collection called the Unfinished Works, which are meant to be the unfinished designs by William Morris, which they've finished off. And then, so it's like a new design that's in the market, because we are seeing a lot of Morris designs in the market now, because I think it's went 100 years out of copyright, so then anyone can kind of print them. So these are new designs to kind of get into the market. But again, we're seeing that whole thing of, is this at a time when, you know, there's kind of the fear of the future, what is technology going to be? So we're kind of looking back and bringing back that craft and bringing back the arts and crafts movement in a time of sort of fear and things with it all, and not wanting to lose that. And then obviously we've kind of touched on AI briefly, but is AI a friend or a foe? So obviously that's a huge thing in the industry, creative industry at the moment, that we're like discussing, and there's this fear around, is it going to push us out, because it can generate quite like successful creative content, but I think it's worth keeping an open mind to it and understanding it and just watching what it's capable of before we outright, you know, say that no, not doing that, not using it. But at Stanfast and Barracks, so this is some AI generated room visualizations. So we've used Midjourney to create, so we've used it just to create the interior image, and then we Photoshop the designs into the rooms. So before that, we used to use stock image, like stock sites like Shutterstock and things, because we've never been able to go out and do photo shoots due to sort of like resource and budgets and things. So we had kind of like a limit of what was out there and what we could use with the stock images. So AI has been such a great tool for us to be able to tell it kind of what kind of room we want, and we have a lot of like more control now in what rooms we can do and things, and if we're like missing something, we can use that tool to generate it for us. So it's very similar to what we were doing before, but it's just a lot better. So we've definitely at work tried to be quite open to it and see what it can do, but then we also set the boundaries, so we don't use it at all for design work. So it's like, again, I think it's just good to keep having that awareness of what it can do and how it can be useful to make a decision whether it's something you want to use or not. So sort of my summary and thoughts on heritage and technology, I definitely think it's something that runs hand in hand, and that we do need both of it. So I definitely think there will always be a place for that sort of craft, human touch, and like I say, if technology kind of goes one way, I think we'll then it's kind of that we revert back. So like things with AI and things, I can imagine it sort of, if it does, because it's like a new thing that people want to play about and see what it's capable of. So then if it does kind of creep into the design world, but I do think it will speed up production quite a bit and sort of like speed up mass production, which I feel like at the moment with kind of trends and the way people are thinking, but more about sustainability, I can't see people really wanting to maybe buy into AI design, because with the, like I said, mentioned earlier, there's sort of like that slow design. People, smaller businesses are doing a lot more. That sort of they're growing, and people are wanting to buy into better design and less often. So I can't imagine AI design really hitting off. Maybe it might hit off in sort of like the lower end market, but I think there'll definitely always be a place for sort of craft and heritage. But then also, I think we all forget how much technology is involved in our lives. Even small businesses, that maybe their main selling point is craftsmanship, and they want that is a key part of their practice. They still probably use technology such as like social media and the internet to market themselves. So we're still forgetting that there's that tool and that whole side of it. So, and then even if small businesses sort of start using tools within AI, such as like sort of things more to do with like the admin and the marketing of themselves, which is maybe not something they want to do as much because they're makers and creators, it will then free up more time for them to be able to make and create. So I think it's very important to just kind of be open-minded to everything, and then you can kind of make a decision then how much you want each to play within your practice, really, whether you want technology to be the main part or heritage or a balance of both. So yeah, so I hope that was useful for you to hear today, a bit about me and my experience and how heritage and technology plays within my career and things. So has anyone got any questions they would like to ask?
So I will try to help. Does anyone have any questions at all for Maisie? Any thoughts about what Maisie has shared? So interesting. I'm linked to textile design from the business and employability team as the careers advisor, and helping students with future planning and understanding what's going on out in the world and out in industry. So it's really interesting to hear that from you today. Any questions? There were a couple of things that occurred to me, but obviously I don't want to jump in ahead of anyone else. Any thoughts or questions for Maisie?
I'd like to just say then I love the idea of the 80-20 split.
Yes.
I don't know what that means, but I'm going to be thinking about that.
The 80-20, so the digital versus conventional, traditional. Can you hear I'm just curious whether you can hear that.
I couldn't really, I'm afraid, so
Okay.
you just be able to relay that.
I will relay. So
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to check. I wasn't sure how good the sound was. So just that thought process around the 80-20 split, and I did make a note of that. I was curious about within your company how long it's been that split for, and whether it's any thoughts around whether or not that split will maintain. Any other thoughts about that, Maisy?
Well, I think probably for the past, since I've been there, so I've been there about 4 years now, it's probably been that split for that entire time. I think digital printing. Were very hot on digital printing, and sort of when it was new. And I think probably about 2-3 years before that, we kind of were really pushing the digital printing. So it probably grew quite a bit, say 5-6 years ago, where it started to become that kind of split. But yeah, we have kind of been that way for a while, and we are seeing, we've sadly, so we had, as part of our conventional printing processes, we had rotary and flatbed printing. So unfortunately, we just had to decommission.
You can see that on the on the footage,
Yeah, so unfortunately we had to decommission the rotary printer recently because we weren't getting, there wasn't the demand for it, and as a business it was costing a lot more to run, so we had to make that sad decision to stop that. So, but we are still very much pushing the flatbed printing, because I do think there is sort of still that want for that kind of product, and we don't want to lose that completely. And we have sort of seen an increase in that recently, with sort of like orders coming in that people are still wanting to. But again, I don't really know with that split. I think it probably might stay that way for a while, really. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it does kind of want to come back again. But yeah, we are as a business trying to push that way as well, because we're trying to meet certain with Planet Mark certified, so we have certain we have to meet certain regulations and things, and so for sustainability purposes, that is probably the best printing method for that, if that makes sense.
Okay. Oh, thank you for that, Maisie. Another question. Okay, so just a member of the audience, and thanking you for your lovely presentation. It really was beautiful to watch. Thank you. And it's really not easy talking into a void. We know I could, I can really relate to that. So I felt for you all the way through as well. I wanted to say it's really interesting. Everyone really likes it, I promise. So just an observation around the hand touch and how beautiful that is, and asking about your favourite part and your favourite material for that.
Well, I've always been, I've always loved drawing and painting. That's kind of been my kind of part of my practice and what I really enjoy. So I always love to be able to get paints out, and it feels different to me. Like, I don't think I could ever draw into CAD software. It just isn't the same. I don't feel like you have the same control, and you can't get the same effects, and it does just look digitized. So I think, I think people don't really want that. We still want that look of the human touch, and that you know that that's been produced by someone. So yeah, I think drawing and painting is definitely sort of my way. But I do enjoy how so I will create my artworks and things, or while I'm at work if I'm doing something. But then it is fun using software to then sort of add in and enhance it. So like I say, if I sort of want to add that block print effect to a painting that I've done, I can kind of play about with that and add textures in. So we can add like cloth textures into a design, and then it just adds another dimension to it. So I do enjoy using CAD software and things to be able to enhance it further. But yeah, I do like drawing and painting. That's my thing.
So in terms of the material, I mean, is it always onto paper? Do you like painting onto fabric? Do you have a preference with the kind of, the finish that's created from different surfaces?
Well, I think I often am drawn to paper, but I do think it depends what it's for. So if you kind of want to say like an aged effect, or drawing on, like painting onto fabric might create quite a nice technique, and sort of like if it's sort of like sitting on the surface, it might look a bit distressed and things. So there were some girls in the studio that recently they did these lovely botanical paintings onto fabric directly, and it just instantly gave it that sort of like aged look. So I think it is great to explore with different using different materials and things. But I suppose it depends what you're doing it for, because we do get lots of, because we're designing for so many different people, we get so many different requests and designs that we're working with. So yeah, it completely depends on what the brief is and what we're trying to achieve.
Lovely, thank you, Maisie. Does that answer that for you? Lovely question, thank you. Any other thoughts or questions from anyone? Oh, I can see someone there. I'm sorry, I'm just going. I'll be back, Maisie. I'm just moving closer to the question.
No worries.
So, Maisy, so we have a question around sustainability, and obviously we know when our students, and you will remember this, you were here relatively recently, when we use the word sustainable, it can mean sustainability from a business perspective or sustainability from an environmental perspective. So the question was around kind of synthetic versus natural paints and dyes and the approach to that.
Well, as a business, because we are kind of having to do things on a commercial level, we don't really use natural dyes as such and that kind of thing. That is probably more for people who, it's a smaller sort of craft, smaller businesses will be doing things like that. So in terms of sustainability, still with a lot of our processes, they're probably not still that sustainable. We have the more sustainable option, but yeah, we use two dye types called pigment and reactive mainly. So they are both synthetic, and reactive dyes use steam to be fixed onto the cloth. So we also have pigment, which is baked in an oven, so then that's taken out, that's using a lot less water, so that is a more sustainable option. Yeah, so we push our most sustainable option at where we print is digital print with pigment dyes. So that's kind of what we call it, the eco-fast printer, and that's kind of the more sustainable option. But we do a lot with sort of like the fabric bases as well that we're pushing. So we have recycled cottons that we sell, and we work with suppliers, and we have this accreditation, I think it's with BCI cotton, so it's that Better Cotton initiative. So we're trying to work and supply good cloth bases to print onto, and we've recently started to look into hemp cloths, so as another fibre type. So we're seeing a lot of customers really interested in those bases and want to move on to that. So yeah, so it's definitely, so synthetic dyes, but we're trying to push and do as best we can, and pushing that sort of like the fabric base and stuff in our offering to try and cover the sort of more sustainable options that we can offer our customers.
Lovely. Thank you for that, Maisie. That was quite a complex one to go into, wasn't it? You answered it amazingly. Did that answer your question? Yeah, okay. Any other questions at all? Thoughts from Maisie?
I've got a question.
Yes.
Are the paintings behind her paintings that she's done herself?
Oh, are the paintings behind you? Is there anything behind you that you've created, Maisie?
That one's not mine, but that canvas is mine there, yeah.
Sharp eye. It's like having a bookshelf behind you, isn't it? Everyone trying to check out the books on the shelf.
Yeah, what's going on, yeah.
Any other questions or thoughts for Maisie?
I thought it was interesting when she was
Yeah.
wearing where there actually isn't any wearing? Is that like, how do they deal with that at an ethical level?
Okay. So thinking about kind of the ethics of heritage, kind of genuine heritage, and kind of the term maybe fake heritage, are there thoughts around that, some kind of ethics behind that, an approach to that, to ensure kind of the ethics of the company, so nothing can be kind of questioned, I suppose.
So do we mean sort of?
So kind of creating aged looking or finishing works, that kind of thing. So what was it, the Morris & Co. one that made you?
I think it was quite early on where she kind of said that in one sense they fix the sort of decay of designs while also then mocking decay in other designs. And that, like, yeah, I don't know, the change that they're making in these original objects. I just wondered if there was like an approach to that.
If there's an agreed approach to kind of fixing old designs and then kind of mocking and recreating, whether there's an agreed approach to that.
Yeah, well, I think I do. Well, coming into the industry and when I first started at Stanhouse, I was kind of shocked at the amount of that was used originally from archives and things, and that there wasn't as many. Like, I expected to kind of get into it and be doing like a lot of the design from scratch ourselves. So I think I'm right in thinking, like I said, there's a 100-year kind of copyright with all designs. So sort of if we're using archive documents that are over 100 years old, then kind of anyone is able to reproduce it, which I do find quite strange. But I think a lot of people in the industry are doing that. So I think as well, we often have, because say if we're using an antique fabric, there might be multiple copies of it. So we have to be quite, have a keen eye. So we might start working on a design, but then a customer might already have used that document and they're already printing it in the market, so we have to be quite keen and making sure that it's not already out there, because then obviously now that customer's printing it again, they've kind of got that copyright for it. So it is interesting, the ethics behind it, and it does feel a bit, but yeah. So I think as long as it's like an 100-year-old piece, anyone can reuse it, which is very strange in my eyes.
Does that answer your? It's for want of a better term, it's all a bit messy, isn't it? And then there are lots of things for a business to balance, aren't there?
Yeah.
Thank you, Maisy. Any other questions at all or thoughts for Maisy? Okay. I'm sure I can absolutely speak for everyone, Maisy. It was so interesting. And like I said, I really relate to that, kind of just talking and hoping that things are coming across. It was so informative, so interesting. As the person linked with textile design, it really gives me things to think about as well. So I found it really interesting.
Thank you so much.
If we could have a link, or if you could just remind us how to access the video, because although it was beautiful, it would be really nice to have some sound with that as well. I'll hand back over to you, Fran.
Good morning, folks. I hope you're all well. I'd just like to start by saying thank you for all joining me on this soggy morning. I appreciate you taking the time to join me. I hope that I'm able to share some information that you'll find valuable during this presentation. Before I begin, please bear with me. This is the first time I've done any public speaking since I got married last year. So hopefully I get a similar response with less tears. So who am I? My name is Gant, and I'm a photographer based here in Norwich. Most people know me for the portraits I capture using medium format film. The focus of my work, my personal work anyway, is capturing those with distinct characteristics, a unique sense of style, and often highlighting those considered to be on the fringes of society. What people may not know is that in my professional career, I spend a lot of time with local restaurants, cafes and bars, creating imagery for their website and their social media platforms. My journey to get to where I am now has been far from linear. In high school, my exposure to the arts, particularly photography, was minimal. So when I left high school, I didn't know what I wanted to study, who I wanted to be, and what my future would look like. So I did what I thought any man would do and should do, and that was to learn a trade. So I enrolled at my local college to study plumbing for 2 years until the uncertainty struck again, leading me to drop out just before I was due to finish my final year. Having just turned 18 and still unsure of what I wanted to do and who I wanted to be, I decided to join a local warehouse where my dad worked at the time. I then learned how to drive a forklift. During my time at the warehouse, my interest in photography began to emerge. I'm not sure how or why, but I'm glad it did. At first, it would be taking photos on my phone and applying a film preset on an app called Visco. With an idea of how I wanted my images to look, I began to research photographers and discovered 35mm film, which accelerated my interest in photography. Certain that a photographer was who I wanted to be, I left the warehouse and returned to college, this time to study photography. During my return to college, I was introduced to the Mamiya RB67, which is a medium format camera and what seemed to be an unlimited supply of Ilford FP4, which is the black and white film stock that I still reach for to this day. 1 year of commitment and countless rolls of FP4 later, I left college with a distinction under my belt, a passion for medium format film, and my eyes set on going to university, which leads me to my time at Norwich University of the Arts, which is where I picked up a small job in the city at a cafe to help fund my newfound film habits. Doing so allowed me to meet and interact with people in the city and build friendships that I still hold today. I do have more notes, but I can't actually reach them. Okay, fast forward 3 years, I graduated with honours placed in the first class and did what any university student would do, get a job that doesn't relate at all to my degree. After cycling through various jobs in quick succession, I came to the realization that photography was what I needed to do. At the start of this year, I took a big risk and went full-time freelance with my own photography business. After working so many different jobs, I finally feel I'm doing what I should be doing. And don't get me wrong, working for yourself isn't always easy, but doing what you love every day makes it worthwhile. But enough about me, and on to the work that I like to create. This year, I've been fortunate enough to have recognition from several galleries, including being selected as a finalist in this year's Signature Art Prize. This meant that this picture of Richard and Amy was on display from June until late September in one of London's newest hotels and galleries, the White Box at Bankside, London. Shortly after this, my work was also featured in an exhibition in Arles, France. It was titled Faces by Art Icon. This exhibition showcased 270 portraits from photographers across the globe. So this was a huge milestone in my career. Here are a few other examples of the work that I make using my go-to film stock, Ilford FP4. And although a large portion of my work is shot using black and white film, I do, from time to time, decide to shoot with color. The following images were all shot using Kodak Gold, which was released in medium format in March 2022. So who influenced me to shoot medium format and why? Rosie Matheson is a photographer I've been following for nearly a decade now. When I first saw this portrait in 2016, I was immediately interested. One, because of the subject matter, and two, because of the softness of the colors and the shallow depth of field. After some digging, I discovered that Rosie's go-to setup was the Mamiya RZ67 with a Kodak Portra 400, which at the time I remember being able to buy a box of 5 rolls of film for £35, which is absolutely crazy now because I believe they're around 80 to 90 for 5 rolls. So yeah, there's been a bit of a jump. And although most of my work, as I said, is shot in black and white instead of colour, I've taken influence from the way that Rosie composes her images while tweaking them to align with my preference and style. I also found that Rosie's approach to capturing the unique details of her subjects by observing by observing their mannerisms and exploring the connection they had with the surroundings was super interesting. Since 2016, Rosie has been working on a body of work called Boys, which examines and explores what it means to be a man. As I've mentioned, I believe our chosen subject matter is relatively similar, but with different perspectives, with Rosie being a female and me being a male. Masculinity in all of its different expressions is something that I've been interested in for a while, and I can admit from my preconceived idea of what it means to be a man influenced some of the early decisions I made in my life. For example, learning a trade and working in a warehouse with my dad. But my relationship with photography has helped me to realize that there's more than one way to be a man. Willem Verbeek is also another photographer that heavily influenced me when I was looking at medium format photographers. Although he doesn't shoot too many portraits, he did have and does have a YouTube channel which has a great supply of informative videos that talk through the ins and outs of medium format film, how to develop, how to compose, and just it's a really beautiful way to learn, and it's a resource that I relied heavily on before I engaged in any kind of further education at college or university. So, I've spoken a lot about medium format photography, but for anyone who isn't aware of what this means, I'll give you a brief overview of the camera, the film, and the processes required for me to make the work that I make. To start with, there's the film. So in my left hand here, we have a 35mm canister. This often puts out like a slightly grainier image, which is your more sort of go-to for people looking to get into this area of photography. But for me, I tend to gravitate towards the medium format, which is considerably bigger in size. This then means that the negative itself is also bigger, leading to a higher resolution image and a finer grain in the final result. The images that I've previously shown were all shot using the medium format film, and that was with this camera here, which is the Mamiya RZ67. These cameras were introduced between 1993 and 1995, which I find absolutely crazy because of the resolution and the detail that is present in the images that come out of these things. There are cons, however, and pros. I've put cons in quotation marks because I find it subjective it's up to you to decide like whether you think it's a good thing or not. To start with, the cameras are often heavy and clunky. This camera here weighs about 2.5, maybe 3 kilos with the lens that I've got, which you can imagine if you're taking this out on a full day shoot, it can get pretty heavy. However, these quirks often help to break the ice. If I hand this to the subject that I'm working with, it helps to ease their nerves and sort of like, just break that initial barrier if we haven't worked together previously. The RZ often has an interchangeable back, which means that I can put this roll of film into this back, which is a 6x7, or there's another back called a 645. This will turn. There's 10 shots on the 6x7 roll, whereas if you were to shoot 645, you would get between 14 and 15. The downside of shooting 6x7, I've just said, is you only have 10 shots per roll. For me, this means I'm forced to really slow down to consider my composition and other factors like depth of field, shutter speed, and whether or not my subject, how they're feeling. So after all of that, you might be wondering why anyone would shoot this way. In a world where everything is so quick, digitalized, and readily accessible, analog photography, particularly with my Mamiya, allows me to slow down, to observe, and to be present with whoever or whatever is in front of me. It allows me to turn this into this, which I can then hold, archive, print, or throw away if I really wanted to. And on to technology. After shooting exclusively on film for the last 10 or so years, I began to realize that shooting in this way was not sustainable for a commercial career, which is why I decided to purchase a digital camera. The following slides will show some of the commercial work that I make with this camera, including food and drink, restaurant interiors, and corporate headshots. Before I begin, the camera that I like to use is the Fujifilm GFX 50S2. I chose this camera for several reasons. One, it's a digital medium format camera, which means the sensor of the camera itself is much bigger than your standard DSLR, therefore higher resolution images and bigger files, so I need a lot of storage. Fujifilm also allow users to create custom profiles in their cameras, which effectively means I can create different film stocks based on the color profile that I choose. Ultimately, I can still get that film look while still meeting the client needs and turning over images at a faster rate. Another big win of using this camera is that I'm able to blend my film photography with my digital photography fairly seamlessly. I mean, if I showed an image of my black and white film as I have, and an image that I've shot using the black and white preset on my Fujifilm, it would be hard to differentiate, which is hugely beneficial when working with clients. So here are a few of the examples that I make using my Fujifilm. The colors don't look great on there. I promise they look better than that. As I said, after I shot exclusively on film for nearly a decade, I noticed that I started to carry a lot of the disciplines that I'd learned shooting with my medium format camera into my digital practice. By this, I mean that I would turn off the continuous shutter and I would really just focus on the composition, look at my surroundings, look at where the light's coming in, really be considerate about where I'm placing my subject, and just being mindful and taking the time to observe, like I say, my surroundings. Here are some more examples of the food and drink work that I've made using the camera. I feel like I've flown through this really fast. And finally, I'd like to briefly touch on AI. Am I worried about it stealing my job? There should be an image here, but there's not. No, not at all. I mean, if the last decade of photographing people has taught me anything, it's that the best portraits come from real, genuine human interaction. Genuine portraits captured through personal interactions resonate more deeply with people and foster trust, showcasing your uniqueness in a way that AI, I believe, simply cannot replicate. As I've mentioned, a crucial element of my approach to portrait photography includes building a rapport with my subject, observing their mannerisms, the slight smile, the gentle resting of their face on their hand, and the confidence in posture when the camera is away. It's observations like this that I believe tell a story and reflect the individual's personality, something that a quick AI-generated headshot couldn't achieve. I have really flown through this, I'm sorry, folks. Does anyone have any questions or anything they would like me to cover again? Because I realise I went pretty fast on that. Hello.
Hi. You really emphasised your joy about taking time.
Yes.
And being able to linger and do your practice slowly. And I don't think this is a generation, we are all trained to work much faster.
Yeah.
So how might you share that with other people?
For my portraiture particularly, I feel like, as I said, like, if you want to create a genuine representation of a person, you need to spend time with them. Like, I've been in situations where I've only had 5 to 10 minutes with a client, and yes, I've managed to create a successful image, but does that really speak volumes of who they are, what they represent, and what their values are? it is to be decided by who views it. But for me personally, like spending time with someone, you learn a lot. And as I said, like it's about those times where the camera is not even being used. It's kind of having the conversations, just talking how they're feeling, because you know how they're feeling on the day really influences the final result. I hope that's kind of answered your question.
Yeah,
Sort of.
need to feel slower.
Yeah. Hello.
I think what you said just now is really interesting about like it's not always about creating a aesthetic or successful image. I know you said earlier in your presentation about then also capturing people on the fringes of society.
Mhm.
Do you feel like those two marry up quite a lot? That you may not create an aesthetic image of these people, but more of like an accurate representation of them?
I like to think so, yes. Being someone who is fairly heavily tattooed myself, I do sometimes I'm at the brunt of like some, you know, judgy looks here and there. Not so much nowadays. So I think that is why I tend to gravitate towards these people, because I'm always interested in the decisions that people make, especially when modifying their body. And, you know, for me, I look at the work that I create and the people that are heavily modified, like with piercings, tattoos, etc., and stuff like that, and I find them really beautiful to look at. And it's something that I try to do is not create something that isn't already there, but maybe put in front of people and make people see these people in a different light. For example, this picture of Richard that I started with here, you know, looking at his tattoos, he's got death wish under his eyes, he's heavily tattooed on his face, but he's smiling, like he's the nicest guy that I've ever met. And to look at him, I like to show images of people like this in a light that they're not usually seen. Again, another example is this picture, again, of Richard with his dog. You know, it's a really deep connection that he has with his dog. There's imperfections in the image, like it's not always going to be in focus, but I'd rather have an image that speaks volumes in emotion than whether it's technically sound.
Do you feel like when you've been studying towards this, there's been like a battle with, because I feel like technology is used to perfect so much, but then heritage is so imperfect,
Mm-hmm.
that there's been this sort of juxtaposition that you've had to battle with and try and really focus on capturing the authentic rather than what people maybe want to see in your like business side.
Yeah.
You want to still get that authentic feel to things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just goes back to really just taking time to have conversations with my clients and to sort of address their requirements, and just build a trust that I am able to capture what they need, but in a slightly different way, and deliver that to them. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, good. Anyone else? Hello.
The previous speaker spoke about having a 80% to 20% relationship between the artificial intelligence and the analogue.
Mhm.
Have you got any sort of...
I would say so. Yeah, I would say it kind of flip-flops between what I'm doing. Like, in my personal practice, it is 80% or probably 90% analog, with the exception of the scanning of my negatives into a digital software where I can then, if needs be, make any post-production. But for my commercial practice, I don't tend to use analog at all. And analog kind of like equipment, it's more of like the analog way of mind that I've sort of trained myself to think, by shooting like one shot per frame, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah, I definitely think it carries over into my practice as well.
I just wanted to know what your motivations were behind choosing
Yes.
people used to have?
Yeah. So the box brownies use the same film format, but the camera that I use is just like a newer model of that. So I think for me, I've always struggled with eye contact when I have a conversation with people. And it sounds really strange, but because it's hard to really show this. Oops. I don't think I've actually signed in. The way this camera works is that in order to see, you need to look downwards, which will then reflect. So if I'm looking here, I can see you here. And for me, this really broke that fear of looking directly at someone when I'm taking their picture, because they're not looking at me, but I'm looking at them, and I'm able to like converse and speak to them and sort of direct them how I need them to be if needs be. And again, it just goes back to Rosie's work. I found it just beautiful to look at, and when I found out that she used a camera like this, I was just fascinated, because to think like a camera that's 30 years old that can output images like this is really appealing to me, while also forcing you to slow down.
Do you ever have nightmares that it's damaged and you're going to have to replace it?
Oh yeah, I've had it for 5 or 6 years and I haven't had it serviced.
Like, could you replace
You probably could, yeah. There are people that do service them and do repairs, but because there are only this is a slightly more common medium format camera. There are people that do repairs, but it's just quite pricey. So I always make sure that I look after it. I wrap it in everything I can, put it in my bag, and it sits on my shelf when I'm not using it. Yeah, it's a great camera. Anyone else? Oh, hello.
Can I ask you about your direction with your subject?
Yes, of course.
Whether that's explicitly direct left up, or is it conceptual when you say field?
I think without even meaning to, a lot of my work is fairly, this is a good example, very centrally composed. It kind of goes back to presenting something as it is and not trying to show or create something that isn't already there, which, Nelson on the left here, he has present moment, which I felt was very apt for a lot of the work that I create, because it is just being present in the moment with my subject. A lot of it has to do with the location itself and the available light. As Ilford FP4 is a fairly low ISO film, which means I require a lot of light in order to make an image. It just, like I say, it depends on the location, the available light, and this picture here on the left of Pedro, I introduced flash, and I believe Evia as well was also with flash. But the scary thing about this was a lot of photographers that shoot film are scared to shoot flash, and I was until I shot these, and they actually turned out okay. Did I answer your question?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, you've got these 3 images up.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, was that something that you directed them in, or you just captured the moment you were talking to them?
So Marlon on the far right, that was an instructed pose. It was just based on a reference that I'd seen online somewhere, and I wanted to try and create my own kind of version with it. Whereas the two on the other side, so Pedro and Evia was looking off into the distance when I was loading up a large format camera, which I haven't shown on here, but the size of the negative is even bigger than that. So I just said, would you mind just staying where you are? Because I saw her in the corner of my eye, and just kind of asked her to rewind a touch and just to go back to a previous pose that I'd noticed. The same with Pedro. I was changing the record on my record player when we were shooting, because he's a musician, and he was kind of looking off, just looking at the TV possibly, or just looking out the window. And again, it was just kind of turning around at the right point and seeing him do that. Something in me, like everywhere I go, everything I look at, I try to compose an image out of it. And it was just kind of laser focused on that sort of framework to make these pictures. So it is just, I mean, when I'm out with my wife, she'll tell you that I'm just hyper vigilant, just like always looking at people, what they're doing, how they're posing, why they're doing it in that way. And it's just something that inherently goes into my practice, because I'm always trying to develop these compositions that make you wonder, like, where are they looking? What are they looking at? You know, why aren't they looking at me? Are they happy? What are they feeling, kind of thing? It just evokes a sense of unknowing and question. So hopefully that's a better answer for you. Yeah, cool. Anyone else? No? I think that's good. I've got loads of time, haven't I?
I'm so glad I walked in and stood in on your tool.
Yeah.
I've made some notes.
Oh, good.
I mean, first of all, I'm sure everyone would say this. The way you talk is so beautifully authentic.
Oh, thank you. I am just so passionate about photography, and like any chance I get to speak about my work, my practice, and the images that I make is just, it's an honor. And it's nice to be back here, because I graduated from this university in 2023, and I remember coming into my lectures sitting in these seats. So it's really surreal for me to be on this side so early on in my career. I mean, like I say, I've been a photographer for 10 years, but I've been a freelance business for 9 months, coming up in December. So to be here is like, yeah, I'm very thankful.
Is there any, while you mentioned freelancing again, is there any particular advice around freelancing, things you've had to learn quickly in the last 9 months or prior to that? Do you think that it's worth sharing?
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, my lecturers would be glad to hear this, that, you know, exclusively at university, I was shooting on film, and they were saying, like, once you reach the commercial world, you will really struggle. And I quickly realized that in the early months of my freelance career, that shooting in this way just wasn't sustainable, which is why I bought the digital camera.
And when you say sustainable, you mean from a business,
financially,
perspective?
Financially, it's not time effective because of how long it takes for me to compose some images, to then either develop the film myself, which all of the black and white film I do at home, or colour film I'll send to a lab in Leeds, which means I need to send it to them. They might have a backlog of orders that they need to process before mine. So yeah, time and money just didn't make sense to continue shooting my commercial work in this way. Although there are some clients that request digital medium format headshots, like these guys here. Jesse is from a local band in Norwich. He needed some new press shots for an upcoming album. He really values the heritage industry and the sort of medium format film that I've created. So he requested that. So it's like, it depends on who the client is, really.
And then it's their understanding of the costing.
The costing, and it just goes back to being open, being transparent. As soon as you enter a conversation with a client, just say, like, this is the way that I work, and it's up to them to decide whether they continue. There has been a couple of occasions where, like, clients want the images, like, pretty snappy, but they want film, and I just have to explain to them it doesn't really work that way. The kind of minimum turnaround that I can do on a black and white roll of film is pushing it to be 24 hours, because I am able to shoot, develop, scan, edit, and deliver myself at home. But the time pressure involved in that just means that I'll be charging a lot more.
Yeah, of course. And just being honest.
Yeah, just being honest, being transparent, and again, just going back to the genuine connection with people. People value that nowadays in a world where things are so, you click a button and you receive something straight away. Working with people that understand and value the time it takes to create these artworks is really precious.
I have another question then.
Yes.
How do you feel about universities taking dark rooms out?
It was an ongoing battle I felt with the university, that I was just saying, like, just reintroduce the dark room, I'll manage it. And they said countless times that, you know, rightfully so, there's a lot of chemicals involved in the process of...
I can just caveat, my son has just gone to university with a dark room. He's a disabled photographer.
Okay.
So he's enjoying the process being slow, but I know that he will have taken the dark room out.
Yeah.
So he is enjoying that, and for a 20-year-old, like you said, you enjoyed the ability and the time being allowed to work slowly,
Yeah.
not being a push-button process.
Yeah.
So, that's why I asked, because he's enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed it at college. I knew coming to Norwich University of the Arts that they didn't have a dark room and I was going to have to do it myself, and I was completely okay with that because of the actual course itself and because of the course leaders and the photographers that gave the lectures at this university. I felt comfortable doing that. But yeah, it wouldn't have been sustainable for a big business like a university to have a dark room, traditionally like a wet dark room with all the chemicals, if people weren't going to use it, because you constantly need those chemicals turning over. Otherwise, they will just go stagnant and they won't work, which means they'll just be discarded and potentially like end up somewhere harmful. But now, towards the end of my time at university, like there was a big boom in analogue photography and people wanted to shoot film. So I don't know what that means for the university, whether they'll introduce it. I did plan on opening my own space, but somebody beat me to it in Norwich, which is fine. Like, I had a lot going on at the start of the year with my freelance career. For me to open a film lab at the same time just would have been a bit of a stretch to give it all of the love and attention that both disciplines required.
Clearly they need them. That's interesting that the old method is sustaining.
Yeah, I mean, my friend in Ipswich, she has a studio in Tuddenham, and it has a traditional wet dark room, and I always direct people to that studio. Although there is a film lab here, they don't, to my knowledge, have a dark room where you can create prints. So again, there is a gap there that maybe soon I will step into, but until there, I will just send them to my friend's gallery.
Lots of places used to have dark rooms, didn't they?
Yeah.
My father's father worked at John Innes, and they had one to photograph all the cells and things like that. And my friend did a photography course at City College, and he had access to a dark room at City College. But, this is going back 20, 30
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, when I was at college, I found it really a really valuable opportunity. Like, everyone was sort of using their DSLRs, but I'd be locked away by myself just in the dark room, and I built a really special connection with the craft itself, but also with the lecturers at the college, because I was working in a different way to what was considered normal at the time, especially with some of my peers being slightly younger than I was. Thank you. No, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Speaking in an articulate way doesn't come naturally, but my wife tells me that I mumble quite a lot. So I've really tried hard today to pronunciate my words, and I have tripped over a couple of times, but
That's called being human.
yeah, exactly. And I think when it is something that I am so passionate about, like connecting with people, creating photography and stuff like that, it just flows off the tongue like so easily. And I just want to share my experience, especially like my journey of where I was and where I am now, and just like really enforce that people, like, it's not going to be a straight line to get to where you need to be, but you just need, if you've got an end goal in mind, or even just like an idea, just work towards it. Incrementally, you'll get there, essentially.
It's just more of a comment, really. I mean, I assume a lot of the people that are in this audience today are artists or creatives of one kind or another. And I think what's so important to us is process.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you were saying about the dark room and maintaining that, hand. And I recently read a book which I thought was going to be a biography of Nina Simone, and it's called Nina Simone's Gum.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, it's a story of the entire process of having a piece of her gum cast into silver. And it's really made me rethink about that as an artist.
Yeah.
Creative, and you saying that just made me think about that again. And
Yeah, an element.
it's like our soul as an artist, isn't it? Our process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Process. We have to be allowed to have our process, because that's like our freedom, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess an element that I should have really covered a bit more is the kind of like the process versus the result, and which one people are more driven towards. Like, some people just like to have a nice picture to look at, whereas some people like to go through some pretty challenging processes in order to get to an image that might not be what they desired, but it's the enjoyment you can find in the journey of getting to there, which is really important. And in my practice, it is just shooting and shooting and shooting and practicing time after time that has allowed me to enjoy the process and to create an image that I'm happy with. Yeah.
Just scanning for any other questions or comments at all from anyone.
Can I just go back to the freelance thing?
Yes.
You probably are, but can I just check that you're a member of the Designers and Artists Collection Society?
No, I'm not.
So there's an organisation, everybody knows about it, but nobody ever talks about it.
Right.
So I'm primarily a musician.
Okay.
And if I write a piece of music, I get paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
And if that music is listened by anybody, I get paid for it.
Nice.
I can license it to people, and I get paid for it.
Nice.
If I perform it, I get paid for it. And I'm really happy with that. That's a brilliant thing. I get paid for work I did when I was 17.
Yeah, well.
And I'm 60 now.
Yeah.
We don't talk about it, but there are a bunch of collection societies that do the same thing for visuals.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm also an illustrator. And because I drew some pictures when I was 18, I still get paid for those.
Nice.
I'm just saying, you've got some beautiful pictures.
Thank you very much.
If you or anyone signs up to dax.org, it's completely free.
Dax.org, okay.
If your work is published, publishing used to be like a real physical book.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not anymore.
No.
You can take your pictures and shove them into a little digital file, kind of pretend it's a book. If you get an ISBN number, you can buy international standard book numbers. I think they're about 10 for 80 quid.
Mm-hmm.
So you publish a book with your work in, you register with DAX. I've got this book, I've got 80 pictures in, you get paid twice a year.
Nice.
Forever.
I'll have to look into that.
It's shocking. Like, if nobody tells you, you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's really fascinating.
You've got some great work. It looks like you've got loads of work.
Mm-hmm.
If I were you, I'd shove them into
Just get on there.
books.
Yeah.
Partly so people can buy them, partly it's you marketing yourself.
Yeah.
But literally, you get paid twice a year.
That's really good. I'm going to look into that.
DACS.org.
Okay, thank you. I might catch you afterwards.
If you were me, Paul, I'll have to think about it. It's for authors. So if you've made a book with your pictures in, and you write, these are my pictures,
Mm-hmm.
oh shit, you're now an author. You get paid twice for the same book.
Okay. Big
4
win.
times a year with them.
Nice.
I'm a huge fan. So My point is, if you're making work and you're doing work, you should get as much
Get paid for
more
it.
if you think your work is good,
Yeah.
or if you don't, quite frankly. So yeah, just register.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll look into that. Thank you very much.
I would also suggest, so our Rob Livingston, who's our entrepreneurship advisor, is here today.
Yeah, talk to him.
Have you already talked to Rob
No,
as
I have
well?
not, actually.
So I'll introduce you. I think Rob would be. I'm sure this is something Rob is aware of anyway.
But it's really weird. We don't talk about lots of stuff.
Yeah.
And weirdly, making loads of money is the thing we don't talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially in the art world.
And as a 60-year-old, I can really say, having that kind of, seeing it as like a pension. Yeah.
Yeah, passive income, yeah, absolutely. Cool. No, thank you very much for that. I've just got two more things. If you are interested in what I've said and you want to learn how to shoot portraits on medium format film, I am hosting a workshop next week. Not next week, sorry, next year in March. So if you scan the QR code, you will have to pay, just to let you know in advance. But it will just be more of an in-depth look into my practice, my approach, and I'll talk you through how to use my camera, how I approach working with subjects, etc. And for anyone that is interested in following my work, I'll leave my website and my Instagram here too. But that is all, I think.
Thank you so much, Lewis.
You're welcome.
It's so interesting hearing you talk about your initial journey and kind of your own personal perspective on masculinity and going into something that you thought you should. I've been a careers advisor for a long time, and I did smile when you said, so I went to college and did plumbing. So I spent many years talking to many young people who, I need to get a trade, I want to do something practical, but I don't want to just sit every day. But I think it is that paying attention to your own thought process as well, and what you like, what you don't like, and just really that self-awareness of knowing this isn't me, this isn't working for me. Would there be any more advice around that kind of giving yourself space to make decisions, having faith that you will come to the right thing in time?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you are currently making something and you don't feel like you're making any progress, just listen to the feedback around you is the most important thing you can do, and just trust it. For so long, I would have imposter syndrome, which a lot of artists will be very aware of. You know, I don't feel like my work is at a level, whereas like my peers, my family, they all say like, you should push harder, you should push harder. So it's just about removing myself from that situation and just trusting them. And that's really like allowed me to take the jump from full-time employment of working 40 to 50 hours in a kitchen to now doing this day to day. Granted, I'm working longer hours, but it's contributing towards my passions, my interests. Hopefully that was helpful.
And I think that thing about process, we spend an awful lot of time talking about individual process, authenticity. Across all of the courses, when we're trying to make that bridge between our courses and employability, and what that employability means for every individual, and just understanding who you are as a creative. And when people skip over that and try to take the step into industry without that real sense of understanding, who am I as a creative? What do I love doing? What do I want to do? I think it was really interesting what you said about when you go out, this hypervigilance you have, and I wonder whether you are naturally that way, and because of that it's led to this, or whether you've become that way because of this? Do you think you know which it is?
I think even from a very young age, I was just fascinated in people. Like, my dad has quite a lot of tattoos as well, so I think that kind of opened the doorway to me entering that world. And while I entered that world, I would meet all these really interesting people that had these crazy lives, and it's just like learning from them and just asking them questions really just sparked an interest in, well, everyone's got their own life. Like, I'd like to hear more about other people's lives, not just my own, not just these people that I'm immediately in connection with. And like, having this camera and having a camera in general has kind of acted as like a key for me to enter other people's worlds. It's a reason for me to be there. Like, without it, I don't feel like I could go and speak to a random person personally in the street and just ask them, you know, why have you done this? Whereas if I approach them with a camera, they might be a bit apprehensive about who I am and what my intentions are, but given a chance to have a conversation with them and just be, again, transparent and tell them, I'm interested in your t-shirt, where did you get it from? Would you mind if I take a picture? Or like, I see you have a tattoo on the back of your head, what does it mean? Would you mind if I just take a picture of that? It's having that opportunity to enter their world, and, you know, once you break down that initial barrier and you're inside their world, not only do you realize, but they realize as well, like, not everyone is, you know, a bad person. Some people just want to have a chat. Yeah.
Okay, that's been it's unbelievably interesting.
Good.
And it was when you said about the kind of camera where it unlocks it because you're able to look down rather than look at them. Yeah.
That was it for me. Like, that was a huge game changer for me to hold a conversation with someone while looking at them. It was just having this camera. So if anyone does struggle with eye contact, I would recommend getting one of these, but I will preface this by saying they're not cheap. I think I got mine from Japan 5 or 6 years ago, and that was just shy of $2,500, maybe 3. So yeah, considerably cheaper than a medium format digital camera, but also still expensive, and you would have the ongoing cost of film and development, which then goes back into why I bought a digital medium format camera, because yes, it's an initial upfront cost, but I'm saving money on not having to buy film, not having to pay for development, while still achieving a similar look to what I would with this. So yeah.
One final opportunity before we...
Hello.
So, do you think that using traditional technology or the traditional cameras have helped your thought process? Because it was kind of a slowed down process when we were using those cameras. As you said, you had to take a moment, you had limited number of photos, and you had to kind of think before you took that one shot, basically. But whereas compared to digital cameras, you have number of, like, it's like limitless, there's no limit. So, do you think that technology has helped your thought process, the way you looked at your subjects, or the way you took that moment and breath before you took the photograph? And do you think that it is important to go through that process to develop certain kind of thinking when you're learning photography or something? Do you think that we should introduce that kind of it's like it's more of a thought process, but still the technology, the traditional ways are helping develop that thought process? Do you think there's any connection?
Yeah, absolutely. I think no matter whether you're a film photographer like myself or a digital photographer, I think I would encourage either side to explore the other discipline. Like for me, I shot film for 10 years. I was very adamant that I would do it for another 10 years exclusively. So I basically just, like, whenever someone would say, you need to shoot digital, I would just completely veto that and say, no, I don't. I'm not going to do that. And that was just me being, I don't know, I didn't give it a chance. But like, shooting in this way for so long, when I did eventually buy a digital camera, I was able to carry that discipline into my digital practice, and it allowed me to create images that held a similar level of emotion, although it may only be like, you know, like a bottle of champagne. I feel like the atmosphere that I'm able to create just by slowing down and by observing the surroundings and stuff like that, it results in like not your traditional image of what you'd expect to see for a restaurant or a cafe. Hopefully that helps. Sort of answers, yeah, cool.
I just made a note. Digital camera, analog attitude.
Yes, well, there we go, yeah. Cool.
Anything else at all for Lewis? Everyone can go to lunch.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming, folks. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Lewis.
Thank you.
You needed a short presentation because the questions
Yeah.
you created a lot of curiosity in that time.
So the part about my journey, I actually took that out yesterday, and then when I did a run through with my wife this morning, she said, "You need to put that back in."
Yeah.
Because it's like,
I just hate it when
yeah, it's like,
she was right.
you know, there may be students here that, you know, find value in knowing that it's not straightforward.
We do. We spend so much time saying it's not going to be linear.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be linear. You know, it's.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The dark room stuff is like my son is really loving it. He said
Yeah.
it doesn't have function, so for it to be a photographer, it's a very different journey for him.
Yeah,
He has
good.
to learn tripods and
Yeah.
lighting. He can't even press a shutter. So yeah, the dark room. He did look here for the no dark room.
That's fascinating. I'm glad that he's still able to explore the medium.
They've got a massive dark room.
Yeah, I think Colchester have a colour dark room as well.
Yeah, he's actually been taking photographs in the dark room.
Oh,
So
nice.
he's really enjoying it. But
Yeah, it's nice.
it's good that even with all the tech, some places are able to offer that to us.
Yeah. They have, yeah. I follow a few photographers that study there.
Do you do any agency work?
Um,
So a friend of mine
thank
runs
you.
an agency, and he's often asking for photographers.
I don't know. I'm completely freelance, so I'm exploring like different areas of the industry. And
They've got a Pine agency.
which one, sorry?
Pine.
Pine. Okay, cool.
He's in
Is it Alex? Yes. Yeah, I know.
Government Effect.
Yeah, because I'm originally from Ipswich, and I
Thank you. Hello everyone, so I'm Maisie. I graduated with a fine art degree in July, so I've not been gone for very long, so it's quite surreal to be back, and on the other side, it's very strange, quite bizarre. But today I just wanted to basically talk about my practice and how it relates to heritage and technology, and how, you know, it doesn't have to be that a stereotypical sort of like technology involved with heritage. Like there's ways that you can integrate it more seamlessly if you want to. That doesn't have to be so like in your face technology, because I'm quite an old lady at heart. I like doing things with my hands. I like to make rather than be looking at a screen. So this is me. And we're going to start by just chatting through how I use my own photography, which has been quite a new concept for me. I've always really enjoyed photography, but it's never been really my main practice. I actually started at uni as very much a portrait artist, obsessed with painting, which very, very quickly changed. I've always used botanical symbolism through my work, but it's never been the centre point in it. So this was a real turning point for me, where I start really exploring what I really enjoy, which is arranging and photography. So here's some of the starts of this line of inquiry, basically. So yeah, you'll see this photo here is like my little studio setup, which I had a few over the time. I used some at uni and then some back at my home in Cambridge to just sort of mix it up a bit. So yeah, here's one of my first ones. So I've just got another composition there, which I don't like as much, but you know. This is a really big page full of writing, but I've included it because it was one of those that I had in my portfolio, basically, and something that I think is really important to me, and explaining my practice and how it relates to heritage. So I really like to include personal heritage. So you'll see in that photo there, that's my mum and my mum's mum, and her beautiful bouquet for my parents' wedding in the 90s. And that really inspired me, because a lot of bouquets you see are very abundant, maximalist, roses, quite traditional, which there's nothing wrong with that, but I like the fact my mum did something slightly different, and she asked the florist to basically just make something, be creative, and the hanging orchids just really spoke to me, really. And I went on lots of like visits to places, because nature and everything is really up my street, and I went to the Kew Gardens in London, and went and saw the Orchid Festival for my birthday, which was amazing. So you'll see that there's lots of photos on here of just how abundant it was, with so many rich varieties. So they've got my personal heritage, and then I like to include external heritage to raise awareness, knowledge, and preserve, you know, cultures that are so beautiful and so important to the world that we live in today. So on here, on my writing, I discuss the sort of existence of orchids and their symbolism through from Greek mythology to Chinese culture, and how I began to relate that to other botanical things in my life. So chrysanthemums, which you'll see become a thread through my work, how, you know, that symbolism might relate in a wider sense to me, and how I could potentially bring that forward to the audience. So this is another, I promise they're not all this big. This is just a page where I don't know whether you'll get it afterwards, but it's, you know, you don't need to read it, but it's basically just some research I did into ikebana. So ikebana is the Japanese style of flower arranging, and it dates back to, I think, is it the 16th? Oh no, it might be this like 14th, 15th century. And it's all about spiritual connection, and it derived from Buddhist monks coming over from China to Japan, and basically they were offerings to the Buddhist temples. So this all began to grow. So it's interesting to see flower arranging in a new light that I wouldn't have necessarily seen if I'd stuck to Western conventions, which are often about abundance, symmetry, a sort of showing of power, international power. So I liked to explore this as more of a avenue to look at the spiritual side of things and the connection between the maker and nature and that spiritual sense. So yeah, you'll see throughout that many of the key principles like wabi-sabi, I might be saying that slightly wrong, harmony and like ephemeral nature of things are very much things I wanted to work upon and interweave into my practice. As someone that's quite a perfectionist, I think most of us probably are, I found this concept of wabi-sabi incredibly freeing to me and allowed me to sort of rethink making and take more creative risk and enjoy just doing rather than thinking, which is often I think too much. So it was really lovely to sort of look at how I could use contrasting sort of symbolism, so love and loss, which become very, very important in my work, and how I can sort of integrate that through my imagery and how that will then later relate to print. So we have a few more arrangements. These ones I did in the summer actually, after graduating, to continue adding to my series basically. And then I've got a little photo, well, big photo of my gran. She lived in London. She was a big plant enthusiast. My whole family really is, to be honest. And this was her lovely greenhouse, which I think really sums my gran up very well. I lost her in 2017, and since then I have really been on a journey of grief, but also learning how to preserve her memory through a loving sense, not just through a sad sense. So the whole heritage of my family have basically really got involved in this. So this actual piece, I've mixed them all up, but this piece here was the start of everything for me. I did it at home on my dining room table. It's quite dark on this screen, but it's not as dark on here. Basically, I just did it, just sat at the dining room table, just trying things out. All of the things I've found in forage, so I have a beautiful garden, very luckily, so I really make the most of that, and you know, I make sure to look after it, but also to collect and forage for things. And then I also live opposite an incredible garden, like even more incredible, and they always offer me lovely flowers and twigs, anything that they know that I might like. So I go round there and I collect things. So that contorted hazelwood, which is all the swirly twigs, was like the start of my interests. And then this is just like a very brief page that I'll chat through. Composition has always been inspired by my portraiture. I love cropped imagery, really, really zooming in on all the texture. Texture and detail is my thing. And a lot of tattoo artistry, the compositions and shapes they create to move with the body really inspires me. So actually, that's my tattoo there. But I thought I'd include it because it's one of my favourites. But how I could use tattoo artistry and the designs they make to produce interesting sculptural forms in real life, so taking the 2D to the 3D. So that's on that page. Ooh, there we go. I try and work as much as possible with seasonal produce, so trying to be a bit more sustainable, use what I have, retain what I have as well, so dry out the flowers, keep the twigs, store them, use them again. So you'll see that actually this like sort of branchy thing that I've got hanging off the side there, that was used way back in one of my first arrangements. So I try and reuse things and make sure I'm not taking too much, if that makes sense. So yeah, these are a few that I took, and they were one from my next door neighbour's house with the wisteria, and then these bells of Ireland, which are these green trumpet almost things, I got from my lovely friend who has an allotment. So everything's very closely sourced sort of thing. This page is slightly different because it's looking a little bit more at light and shadow. So after working consistently at home in my dining room and playing with light there, it was more of a shade, a gradient of tone. Whereas with these ones, I had the opportunity to play a bit more with light, using spotlights at different angles to really, I don't know, make the image more dramatic, to emphasise the shadows and the detail that could be created with that. So that was like another shift for me, where I started to expand on the imagery as not just a photograph, but how I could then use shadow as well to really enhance the narrative. So that's that. This is more of a mid-tone one, but you'll see as we go further along, when you see how I translate it into print, the mid-tone ones are often slightly more straightforward in terms of editing and creating it into a print. That's another piece. So you'll see here, I've got more chrysanthemums, which we'll talk about, which is, have I got it on the next slide? No. Basically, chrysanthemums, my great-granddad used to grow them, and they were his pride and joy, and you'll later see a little photograph which was signed on the back, his pride and joy. So that's always very much been inspired by him, and the symbolism which in a lot of East Asian cultures it's related to, you know, prosperity, the royalness, things like that. Whereas in the West it's more to do with sorrow and grief. And it's interesting to see how those themes could interlink and potentially make my own version. So that's with those. These were just a few that I've incorporated that I don't personally think make the cut for me, but I thought it was important to include them as a way of showing, you know, I make so many arrangements, I take so much photography, and actually it's only very few that I actually pick out and go, you know what, that's the one. With these ones, I feel, this one, for example, in Ikebana, it's all about being central to one point and moving out from that one point. And I'm very interested in breaking those rules and trying new techniques. However, for me, there's too much going on around it rather than being central, so it's not got that clear thing to look at. And then with these, well, both really, there's a lot of mid-tone and not a lot of highlight, which you will see that actually becomes an issue when we begin to take it into the print process, where you need high definition contrast to allow for the print to expose correctly. So yeah, but I thought it was important. A couple more from more wintry seasons that I've been up to. And now we move on to the extra exciting bit, which is printmaking. So I started printmaking basically only until I came to uni. So I tried it a few times before and it really wasn't my thing. I had no intention of going back to it. It wasn't on my radar at all. And then I went into print one day, and I don't know if any of you have had the opportunity to meet the technicians here, but they are wonderful, really, really wonderful. And I went in as a very, very shy person. I couldn't deal with mistake. I couldn't do it, like it was too much for me. And I went in and they just really embraced me and my creativity, but also my quirks and things that make me nervous, but also excited. And solar plate printmaking was that for me. It gave me the control, but it also gave me some uncertainty that I needed to grow as an artist. So now I'll explain what it is. So, solar plate printmaking, or also known as photopolymer printmaking, is a photographic printing process which includes an aluminium plate which is coated in a chemical called polymer. There is a very special name for it, but it's quite complicated and I can't remember off the top of my head. And you have that work, you have that plate, and it's very light sensitive, so any exposure to UV prior to the exposure process will completely ruin the plate and you'll have to start again. So everything has to be in very controlled environments. You then, with this plate, have an image of your photograph, or it could be a drawing, a digital drawing, anything really, that's been scanned and printed onto acetate in grayscale, and you flip that onto the plate and you expose it for about 6 minutes under UV light. So this process creates that chemical reaction. It's kind of not burning, but it's leaving that impression onto the plate. You would be able to see this sort of faint outline of the texture that's going to be there, but it's only until you put it into water that you see this like crazy magical thing happen, which is literally the image coming to life. The chemicals that have been on there and the reaction with the UV causes the dark parts of the imagery to be eaten away by the water, and you get this really weird, like, oniony smell. It's some people think it's a bit horrible, but I've come to love it, to be honest. And you're left basically with this plate which has this ingrained image. However, you have to leave that plate for another 3 to 4 days to post-bake. What this is essentially is when the plate's been exposed and then put in water, the top surface layer, which is the polymer coating, becomes incredibly unstable and jelly-like. So what that means is that if you don't dry it and post-bake it, it won't become hard and you'll end up with an interesting print, let's just put it that way. So after you've done that, so it's quite a long process in terms of just getting there, really. You're left with these plates. So these are actually my solar plates, the actual aluminium. So you can see that there's a lot of, this is not like just it being low quality. That is how it looks. So it's all these tiny little ingrained dots created either through, well, you could do it through various methods. So for me, I prefer to not bitmap my image, which I don't know if any of you know what bitmapping is, but it's a thing on Photoshop which helps you to break down the image into little dots, basically. And you can have them in different ways. But for me, I preferred the more natural, less graphic look. So I just went with whatever the printer was going to do, because the printer will essentially print with dots anyway. So I let the printer do its own sort of bitmap. And you're left with this. I must mention before we move on as well, because I've just moved straight into, because I'm very excited about the printmaking process, but to actually get it to the point of being able to put onto a plate is incredibly tedious and takes a long time in itself. There's a lot of editing involved, a lot of Photoshop, which I had no real experience in before and no confidence in either. And I've really had to work from scratch with that and just push myself in an area that I had no idea. So a lot of it is adjusting levels, really bringing the contrast up, but the mid-tone sort of down a bit. So everything becomes a little bit flatter. So what you have on the screen will look a lot lighter than what prints out on the acetate. And the type of acetate you use to print onto affects the overall exposure. So that process was incredibly tedious to get to the correct thing, as you were sort of working backwards, which I don't think I can emphasize enough through these images how difficult that is. In fact, I would say that is the hardest part of the entire process. And it's funny because I've completely not really included it, but I think that must be like a coping mechanism because it's quite stressful. But anyway, we'll move on. So here's one of my first prints that I did, which you'll recognise from one of my first photography pieces. And this is where, I think it was like one of our individual tutorials in January last year, or this year, where I started really thinking, actually, this is really like what I want to do. Like, this is absolutely, it's got the detail, it's got the drama, it's got that sort of nostalgic essence. I feel like I'm on the right sort of lines. So I start sort of building on that. But throughout this whole time, I've had a lot of doubt, because I came from a drawing background where I felt to be successful was to do a drawing that looked like that, rather than a photograph which I'm exposing. I felt somehow like I wasn't doing enough, or that I wasn't being a proper artist, which was something I really worked through this process, which is why I think it means so much to me. I've begun to let go of those misconceptions of what art is and actually focus more on the enjoyment of the process rather than just the outcome, and also seeing how it's being received by other people. So actually, a lot of people were really connecting with it and seeing more than just the imagery, and that's all you can really ask for as an artist. So I really started to step back and think, what do I actually want to achieve? And this was sort of what it was. So we'll move on. So this was like my overall Grad Fest 2025 work. So when it was all up, it was crazy. It was amazing. It was the first big exhibition I've ever done. Just crazy to see your work all refined, all up on a wall. Like, I know how much hard work's gone into it. But that was really the starting point in terms of me trying to push my body of work, not just in my little circle, but trying to share it with the world a bit more. So I was very lucky to be awarded the John Alston Prize, which was an amazing opportunity where I received some funding to continue on my creative practice after university, which I used that money to basically set myself up in a print studio, which I share, and I have 24-hour access, so I can go in whenever I like. So it's great. So that was super important in getting that going and giving me some confidence as well. I'm not a particularly confident person, although I'm stood here today. I'm not. This is really scary. But this was really the start for me. As well as Grad Fest, that was also a really good time for me to start networking, which I thought networking was like, I got to walk into someone and be like, hello, like, do you know anyone? Like, can I help? But actually, it's more about just making friends, I think. I've made so many friends along the way, and I've only just sort of left, but I've met so many lovely people and have formed such a community outside of uni, which was what was scaring me, that I wasn't going to have that afterwards. So I think just being friendly and just being open to trying new things. And that's basically what this got me. I managed to be scouted by two amazing printmakers that were part of the committee for Norwich Print Fair. And they basically very kindly offered me a space for the 25th year anniversary of the print fair, basically. And it hadn't been open for about 4 years because of renovations to St Margaret's Church. So people had applied 4 years ago. So me being able to jump in at the last minute was very special, and I felt very honoured by that. So you'll see me there. You'll see this very photo of me, like, looking like I know what I'm talking about, but I'm just trying to explain under pressure. But I was very kindly awarded the first ever Emerging Printmakers Award by their fair, which was an amazing opportunity and really filled with so much confidence. And on the night, a lot of people came along that were my big supporters from the very start. So you'll see this like head and silhouette of this lady there. That's Gabby, one of my print technicians from uni, who's basically just wonderful, and she's my friend at the end of the day. And I wouldn't be there without her. She was there to see basically how I got on and support me through that. So it was very, very special. I just camped up in my camper overnight and just was like, yeah, I'll just go along. And then it turned into all of this, and I was like, oh my God, I just assumed I was just going to walk in and say hello and just like leave. But it was a bit more than that, so that was amazing. And then as we get towards the sort of end, because I probably have been gibbering a while now, I wanted to talk about how I've moved my practice forward and make the most of the work I've done now, during uni, and try to really pull that forward and make as much out of it as possible. So at the end of uni, I started applying to things that were aspirational. So Woolwich Print Fair, which is the largest international print fair in the world, crazy, like amazing. And Ironbridge Fine Arts. So Ironbridge is a leading printmaking brand. In the 80s, they made their own presses. They started to make their own presses, and now they're widely used across the world. And I was very honoured to be a part of that exhibition and win an award for that as well. So the prize was this doesn't sound, I don't quite know how I've managed this, but it's a swan skin blanket, which doesn't sound very, I don't know, but I'm sure it's okay. But you use it as a blanket which you put on the press, which will help. It's vital basically for creating the right pressure and protection for the plate. So it's quite ironic because I don't have my own press yet, but it's given me some incentive to really go for my dreams. And that was really lovely. And during that time, I really got to meet a lot of people, a lot from like the Royal Academy of Printmakers, and start to network with other graduates, but also people to do with Ironbridge Fine Arts. So I've managed to very kindly meet Jenny, the owner, her dad who made the presses in the 80s, her sister, the whole family really I got to meet, and really got to share my enthusiasm and have this reciprocated passion for printmaking. So that was great, which I'll move on to in the future. So I also tried to apply for Woolwich Print Fair, which was very aspirational. It's a huge event. And I submitted all 5 of my prints that I had for graduation, and 2 of them got into the major event, which was incredible. Over 6,000 people applied, so I felt very honoured. And then the other 3 got into the director's cut, which I was so chuffed about, really chuffed about. And when it went live, I went and scrolled, and my work was used as the front page image. And I felt absolutely astonished. I wasn't expecting that. I'm just do what I love. So to see someone appreciate it that's not what I've done it for, but it's lovely. It's surreal, really. So that was a really just surreal moment, really. And yeah, that's another photograph of my great-granddad with his chrysanthemums he grew, which mean very, very much to me. So this is a bit more of the Ironbridge exhibition. The work there was absolutely sensational, really just incredible. I was quite overwhelmed that day. It was so many people there. And I try and make the most of all these opportunities to make some friends. So that's what I did. Here we go. Right, on another note. So these are some of the studios I've either been a part of or visited. I've visited one other one which I haven't managed to put on there, unfortunately, which is the Gainsborough's House print studio, which is amazing. But just this sort of timeline of where I've been and where I'm going sort of thing. So this is just my print. So it's actually this print here, sat on its print bed at uni. So that's where I was in July. And then it's moving into me working at my new studio based in Cambridge with the support of master printmaker James Hill. So I'm getting a bit of technical support there, which is what I really want, because I want to push my practice forwards and the technicalities of that. So that's been super important to me. And then Ironbridge, which has been a new thing for me, has been really eye-opening, actually. So being able to experience different studios and see what setups work for me and what I would look for in the future, I think has been really helpful. And I'm very grateful for all the experiences I've had within each of these as a way of just furthering my career and what I hope to do in the future. So that's a little bit on that. Yeah, this is one of the pieces that got into Woolwich Print Fair. And I've had a lot of comments on this, and I think it's something that I do not on purpose, but it happens, and I love to leave negative space. So I really feel a lot of people would probably crop that imagery and keep it quite tight, or, not leave so much at the top. But for me, that was really important, to give that space, to give it that drama, which I didn't think could be replicated through another composition. So that's something that I've noticed from feedback, which actually some been really helpful in terms of the future compositions that I've made, basically. Me at Woolwich Print Fair last week, so I'm quite tired. It was last week. It was last Wednesday to Friday. I've been helping out at Woolwich Print Fair, and showing my work, which has been amazing. So my little work there, and it's been displayed with some absolutely incredible artists. I was honestly shocked at how inspiring it would be. So some more of those. And then there's also an online edition. So unfortunately, Woolwich Print Fair has ended now. But there's still an online exhibition space up until the end of November, I think the 27th. And I was just scrolling through the online exhibition. And I was like, oh, let's have a little look through things. And I went to Collector's Highlights because I thought, oh, that's quite a good thing to be a part of, isn't it? And I scrolled through and I got to Holly Black and I start reading her writing, and then I see my work and I'm like, what? This is crazy. This is crazy. So to be recognised in the Collector's Highlights was a real highlight for me, really, and made me feel like I was meant to be there, sort of thing, because I walked into the exhibition and went, this work is way too good for me to be here, and I really felt really anxious when I first arrived. But to see this and to meet such lovely people made me really embrace that it's not just about the end result, it is about the process and the community you create within printmaking, which has been incredibly important throughout the whole journey. Another super important thing was I managed to meet some of my idols. Like, that was in itself was just incredible, particularly Esker Marsh, who did these two lovely, I don't know how to say it, but these type of dry point sort of intaglio-based works. And I got to meet her, which was just insane. And I managed to buy a little print as well, not one of the big ones because they're a bit too out of my budget, but to be able to, meet those people that you've looked at and you've followed and you've seen grow, and you're just like, wow, I get to see what they've done in person and speak to them and get feedback on my own work. Outstanding. And sort of the last bit that I'm going to go through is about my involvement with Ironbridge and how networking and community and all of that is so important. So whilst talking at the Ironbridge competition, when I went to Ironbridge, and I got chatting with the owners, and it's all about just being passionate and being yourself and enthusiastic, and that's exactly what I did. And they really liked me, which was great, and I really liked them, and they very kindly offered me a space to help with the demos at Woolwich Print Fair. So I spent 2 days doing that, which was one of the best things I've ever done. I was so nervous, but it was honestly amazing. And I got to do it in front of loads of different people, get people to do it themselves, so teaching people, have the founders of Woolwich Print Fair come round and watch me do the work in front of them and in front of the crowds which they're explaining to, which was just insane. And like, I'm printing here, and this is the work I see. Like, it's just amazing. Here's my little team up there. So Dave on the right, he is the maker for all of the print print presses here at Ironbridge. He's also the husband of Jenny Gunning, who is the owner, and her dad is the person that made the presses in the 80s. So it's all lovely and community-based, which is very important to me. And I think in heritage as well, isn't it? Like, heritage is based around community. And I felt like I was helping to promote something like an old tradition that would not necessarily always be remembered if it wasn't for people like them. So that was great. So that's me talking to some people before it got extra busy, and some more of my prints. That was like a demo print on the right, but I'm hoping to maybe make it into something more. And then on the last slide, so I don't bore you any longer, I just want to say about what's sort of next. And for me, at the sort of end of uni and things, I started to look at how I could maybe digitally layer, create that sort of shifting energy, and how that could potentially be used through print. But my main thing at the moment, what I'm focusing on, what I'm holding in to my core, is the series I've started, which I've named Reflections of Gratitude and Sorrow. And for me, the exploration of Ikebana, my personal heritage, external heritage, love, loss, love, just all of that is really important. So what I'm hoping to do is continue building upon that collection and make it as big as I can. So a lot of the photography you've seen, I'm hoping to, in the future, make it into some new prints, basically. But with in mind new ideas involved in that, so potentially hand colouring areas to give it that sort of vintagey, antique feel, like you'd pull out of a family archive or something. So there's a few different things that I want to try, but the reality is I want to keep doing what I'm doing, but just to take it to the next level and to increase the complexity of what I'm doing and hopefully grow into new techniques of printmaking as well to, I don't know, make me more well-rounded, if that's the right word for it. But yeah, so that's what I've been sort of up to, and I hope you've enjoyed. Yeah, I was quite nervous, so I hope it's all right. Thank you. Thank you. If anyone has any questions, you're very welcome to shoot them at me. Yeah, I'll try and answer.
Well, firstly, can I say, I went to the St Margaret's thing.
Did
So
you?
maybe we met them.
Potentially.
Let's just say we did.
Yeah, yeah.
Great talk, really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
I also like the fact that at St Margaret's you were next to Neil Boosfield.
I love
He was my
Neil.
teacher.
Was he?
So I love him.
He's great.
I also went to college with Sonia Ruddock when we were like 17.
Really? That's crazy.
And Gabby Minas.
Yeah, that's Gab.
She was the friend of one of my friends on my course.
It's a small world.
It's a tiny world.
It's a very small world, and especially in printmaking, I have to say. Very small.
So very quickly, when I was 17 with Sonia, we were both studying printmaking and etching in Great Yarmouth. She got into Loughborough, so continued with printmaking. I didn't, so I went off to become a rock musician.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I think it's really interesting that you're so invested in the kind of that technology, which is brilliant. And I really regret, to an extent, the fact that once I didn't have access to the printing press, I stopped all that. I moved on to kind of different things. But yeah, all I'm saying is well done for keeping it.
I think
difficult.
that's what it is, exactly. I felt after uni, and I think most people feel like this, after you graduate, you do feel a bit on your own. You do feel like, oh, well, I don't have all these facilities. How am I going to continue what I'm doing, but also make the most of what I have got already? And I always fear, with the series that I've got, which is, only 5, but which I'm looking to expand in December, that people think, oh, this is a bit irrelevant now, like this was done ages ago. But I have to remind myself that, it's only done this year, and like just because one person's seen it doesn't mean everyone's seen it, and people are still appreciating it, which makes me think, it's not the end for it. This is very much the beginning. And yeah, sort of trying to stay on what I'm really passionate about, which is printmaking, and not starting to move back into other areas because I don't have the facilities. I've had to be really loud, I've had to be really vocal, really confident about it, be like, you know what, I need to go there to be able to do this, and it's been really difficult, and I've been quite anxious about it because I've just had to put myself out there, but it's been really nurturing what I've had back. And I'm hoping to just keep moving that forwards in the future, and hopefully I've got a few things lined up, which I don't know if I can speak about yet, but hopefully I'll have some things to continue and give me some time and space to make some more work, which is all I want to do. So, yeah. Thank you. Hi.
Hi. I do have a question. I also wanted to just say about this. Yeah, this has been a wonderful talk.
Oh, thank you.
Made me realise a lot about kind of like what I've been. Because I also graduated this year.
Oh,
What
right.
I've been missing. I've not had
in the photos that you showed, you've really taken a lot of care with that, and you've got a really strong kind of thing going on with that. And then with your main sort of printmaking project at the moment, it's stayed in black and white, which is really striking.
Yeah.
Really incredible. But I did wonder if kind of like how much that kind of colour matters to you,
Yeah.
and whether you're thinking of shifting again, and what's in your mind about that?
Well, that's a really interesting question, because actually this has always been a continuous thing for me. Photography and with the arrangements, I've seen them quite differently. So I've separated the photography and the printmaking, which has worked to my advantage sometimes, and then others to my disadvantage. So within the photography, I need it to harmoniously work colour-wise, using colours that link and complement each other. That's something that I don't really carry through to my print. And I think the main reason for that is I think there's enough going on. Like there's enough within the composition, there's enough within the tone and shadow, there's enough within the message. And I have attempted to introduce colour, but it loses its, for me at the moment, which might change, which is what I'm going to hopefully work on, is it loses its sense of subtlety and delicateness. It becomes more tangible, but not in the way I want it to be, basically. So I often work black and white because I find that is my comfortable spot. Not in that it's the easy way, but just that for me it works in my brain, and it helps me to distinguish through the technicalities of print how to work as well, because there's so many layers within print, and having it in black and white can help me to understand it visually better as well, which is what I found. And I tend to work with the ink I use, a graphite black. So if you see in real life, you're very welcome to come down and have a look, or I can pass it over if anyone wants to have a better look. In fact, yeah, this one can just go over. This is, if anyone wants to hold it and have a look, but yeah, no, it's all right. It's a graphite black ink, which, is basically what it says on the tin, which gives it that nice shine and pencil feel, so it feels quite like a drawing. So, I don't know, I think that gives another element. I think if I was to use a solid black, like a bone black, which is just quite one tone, it would be missing something. But I think you'll see otherwise with this graphite black ink. I hope that answers the question, but hopefully I'll move forward and try and introduce that again. But yeah, thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank
It
you.
is such a great, keeping on to these old sort of methods of making artwork, is making it unique. And also I know the process is longer, but it's so much more rewarding at the end of it, because you're putting the time and effort. And I think the work that you're doing really shows the love and passion that you have for it. So I'm really excited to see where you're taking it and what explorations you're going to bring. I love the idea of etchings and sketchings, or adding a little bit of colour. Is that sort of like a slow shutter and moving the print a little bit?
So actually, that one was firstly inspired by the acetate that I was using. So I just had loads of leftover acetate. And I thought, well, this is a bit of a waste. I can't throw it away because I'm a bit of a hoarder. And I was like, well, I'll start layering it. And I thought, well, that's a great idea. So I then went back into Photoshop to refine it. And actually, it's just the image shifted slightly. So that's all it is. So it's quite a simplistic process, which can be done through apps on your phone as well. There's so many different ways of doing it. But I thought it creates a new dimension to the work, and takes it in a slightly new direction in terms of narrative, and maybe it gives it a bit more spirit, through the motion that it has. So yeah, it might be to do with adding that into my work at some point, which would be great.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Yeah. Right.
In terms of the digital process, so you start with digital photos, right?
Yeah.
You Photoshop them, play with colours, and then that you print on a photographic paper. And
On
then
acetate, which is
acetate.
just plastic. So if anyone's used to screen print, you'll do it onto I forgot what it's called. What's the plastic called that you put onto? I can't remember. Just stuff. But it's different. It's different, but it's the same kind of concept.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically what it is. It goes from foraging, arranging, photographing, editing, exposing, printing, framing.
And the acetate, would that be just the negative?
So actually it's just the same. It's the image itself. You're not having to invert anything. It is literally just grayscaled. A lot of this process, because I'm using an intaglio sense, a lot of it is used in relief ways. So similar to lino or woodblock, it's all about very high contrast levels and textures and in depth. So that would be you'd have to invert the image to create that, to allow you to emboss or create more graphic imagery. So there's different ways of using it. So if that's what you wanted to do, you certainly could do that. But that wasn't quite the direction I wanted to go in. But yeah, there's loads of different ways. So yeah. Whew. I can breathe now.
So can I just say
Yeah.
last thing?
Yeah, of course.
I probably said this at the last one, or very similar, but I think that the work is really good, and I'm sure you weren't suggesting that it had a finite lifespan. By that I mean, I think that those very first pictures you did, in my head, are kind of the equivalent of the very first songs that I wrote. And I'm still getting paid for them.
I think...
And the very first drawings I did from like 30 years ago, I still get residuals on those. So I think your work's great, and I really look forward to the kind of new work you do, but also make sure those blooming things get put in books and you keep getting paid for them.
Well, that's...
Because they have a real,
Yeah.
like a real world value, as well as a kind of real community value.
I think so. That's something that I'll definitely, I'll never go away from that core, and I will move into new experiments, but I'll always come back to this, and that's where I want to continue on the series to build on that collection, basically. Hiya.
I just wanted to say it's very inspiring.
Oh, wonderful, thank you.
It's really incredible what you've done, because to balance photography and the arrangement, and like you say, choosing all the elements, so composition, photography, digital photography as in Photoshop, touching, removing all the boxes that you have to move, and the creativity and the balance of the Ikebana is all about balance as well. So all of your practice from beginning to end is an incredible balance, which makes it extremely elegant.
Thank you.
The result is extremely beautiful.
Wow, thank you.
Elegant and precision all the way, but at the same time you make it look easy and beautiful and natural, which is an incredible combination of factors, and that's why it's just magnificent.
Thank you so, so much. That is one of the loveliest things that anyone's ever said to me, so thank you so much. It means an awful lot. Thank you, thank you. Well, yeah, there we are. There we have it. Yeah. Relax now.
You are all welcome to hang out in the foyer until the next talk, which will be in an hour. And I will just release you of your duties.
Yay!
How was it? Did you
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, you can have a look at it. And if anyone wants to have a look as well, I've got like a tester plate that's not gone well, but for you to have a look at. Thanks, Grace. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you. There we go. I'll take that one back.
just before you finish to escort you out of the building.
Make sure I leave, just to make sure. Cool. All right. Hello. How you doing? All right. Just shout out questions if you like during mid-flow. I'm fine with that. It's in our group today. So I'm going to go through a bit today about myself, my agency, what we do, kind of how we work and how we think. That's maybe different to many agencies, maybe not, never know. And then a little bit of touch on the end around sort of how we utilize AI, how we talk about AI, all the sort of conversation we have. And I've left that fairly open, so if you want to ask questions in that spot, it might be easier because it's quite a complex landscape, right? So this is our sort of statement, building brave brands for those who want to matter, and that's really important to us about if you want to matter and who you want to matter to and why you matter to the world. Having those things defined and understood is really important to us as a studio. I'm just going to whiz you through like a bit of our work so you get a bit of a sense of what we do and the kind of work that we've delivered and stuff. So you get like a banging 2-minute video, all right? Ready? Are we going to get sound and is it going to play? No, it's not. Just imagine, it worked a minute ago. That was so good, right? Did you enjoy that video? Didn't. There we go, no sound though. All the video doesn't work. Worked in practice, but maybe I'll have to come back to that because I don't know why that's not working. We can do that in a minute. Anyway, there's loads of cool stuff. Imagine great things that are really exciting and looks really fun and funky and all those cool stuff. I'm not really sure why that worked. Maybe AV will give us a hand at the end and we'll replay it. This is my team. They're a great bunch based in Brighton. So our studio's down in Brighton. I live in Norwich, so that's fun. I commute between the two. And we work all over the world with great clients, including this bunch. So we're actively working with pretty much all these people at the moment. We've been working with like Lego for 8 years on loads of fantastic projects, one of which I'll go into later. London Irish is a personal thing for me. Sadly doesn't exist if you're a rugby fan anymore, but that was like an absolute dream highlight as a rugby fan myself. So yeah, we have a real disparate and wide client base. As you can see, we don't work in a niche or a sector, and that's because we look at things in a fairly unique way when we work with our clients, which I'm going to go through. So a bit about moi. I believe that we all see the world from a different perspective, and I see it differently from traditional creatives. That is what I'm told. We'll find out if that's true in a bit. But this is me, born in Essex, grew up here, studied here, in a much less refined buildings than we have now, which I stood in the hallway of the Gunton house and was like, this isn't what it used to look like. But yeah, I love my time here. And essentially, I'm going to go through that. But when I studied here, my ambition was to change the world through design. I think there's a lot of people that probably come to art school with that kind of ambition. It was definitely mine. I definitely wanted to change the world. I've always been quite lofty in my goals, which is a nice thing. And I had it all planned out. I was going to graduate, did it, done, smashed it. Then I was going to get and run an agency, doing it. Happy with that, tick. Then I was on my roadmap. I was like, let's win a bunch of design awards. Done. That's great. We've won loads of those. They're great. Then I'll change the world. That was me. Had it planned out. But there were some issues with that. And namely, that single character there was the issue. I thought I had it all planned out, but in reality, I didn't. And what I needed was a bromance. I thought I could do it on my own, but actually I needed a bromance. So I met this guy over a chance coffee when I moved to Brighton. Someone I've always been fairly cheeky, and I decided I needed an office space, but I didn't want to pay for it, so I just emailed businesses and was like, give me a free office and I'll give you a bit of free design. And when I got into one of those offices, I emailed everyone in that building and said, like, anyone want to go for a coffee? And only one person replied, a lady called Jan. And I was like, okay, I'll go for a coffee with Jan. I don't know anyone in Brighton, why not? Jan turned out to be Jan, and he was a bearded guy. And we ended up hitting it off really well, because we sat down and the first thing he said was, I really hate print. And I was like, I really hate doing digital. And it turns out I'm quite good at print and he's very good at digital. And we started to work together and got on really well, bonded over that, and now godparents to each other's kids. But here's my bromance. We are in a work relationship, is the best way to put it. And I put this in here because it's important to understand that I think with any plan, chance is as important as what you plan. Like those happenstance meetings that you take. Like I always take an in-person meeting because you never know what will come out of it. There's lots of things that you think you can plan, but just life throws curveballs, and they're a great thing to enjoy and roll with. And Jan is one of those good examples. I had no plan to have a partner, but after meeting Jan, I had no plan to never not have a partner because we get on so well. So we ran the agency together as a duo. We founded a studio in New York as well, because why not? That'd be fun. So we went out there and did that for a year. My son went to kindergarten there, and my daughter took her first steps there, and that was just because I was like, why not? Let's have some fun. The agency was running itself here in the UK. Let's go and open one in New York. Did that for a year. That went really well. COVID came along. It's time to get back. And we decided that the bromance was brilliant until we met Natalie. Another sort of happenstance meeting. Natalie is our strategy partner, but she's also now a third owner of the business. We made her a third, so we are now a trio of people. She's amazing. And in that weird happenstance world, she is now also Jan's sister-in-law. So she married Jan's brother-in-law. So we are very much a family, United Us, which is really important to us. And it also makes a lot of sense to how we work. We have this overlap. I'm creative partner, Jan's digital partner, and Natalie's strategy partner. But actually all three of us can do all three of these things, but we take ownership of that sort of section of the business. And when we talk to our customers and our clients, we talk about this trio of creative, digital, and strategy. And that's how we formed as United Us, because we are the United Us as a trio. We're United Us as a team, all the team that we work with, and we're United Us with our clients. We work in absolute partnership with our clients. There's not a lot we don't know about our clients, and there's not a lot they don't know about us, which is like how we like it. And we always say to people that we have their backs. And we actually prove that with our work with London Irish. If you look at that little circle, that says United Us. During COVID, they were in not a great place. So we actually gave them back half of the money that they paid us to do the work to support the club, and literally put ourselves on their backs. Because for me, it was my childhood club. I wanted them to survive, but also we wanted to actually stand behind what we said of we support our clients. So that's just a small example of when and how we do that. But over the past 18 years, since I graduated here, where I had the dream, I've changed. My ambition, as you remember, was to change the world through design. But what I realized is it was really to change the world through creativity. And they're quite different things. I think there's often a conversation of one and the same, but they're not. So as a side note, to me, this is what creativity is. So creativity is a mindset. It's the ability to bring together disparate ideas, information, and influences and shape them into something new. It's solving challenges that aren't linear. It's design in its wider sense, the collation, organisation, and crafting of an outcome that feels effortless and beautifully resolved. And over the 18 years of running the agency, and more of what I'm about to come on to, this has become more clear to me. This is what I do. And I'm at my best when I use creativity to realise goals, inspire others, and enable change to happen. And that often means I'm not the best designer for the job, which broke my heart a bit. And when I say a bit, a lot. It takes a little bit of time to come to terms with the fact that maybe you're not the best person at the thing that you need to do, and there's other people who are better at the thing. And it's about finding where your difference is. And for me, it is very much this higher level understanding really complex tasks, speaking to very astute people about the challenges they have in a way that they resonate with creativity in a way that other designers can't. So I do that by blending commercial acumen and creative flair, crafting brands that make a tangible difference. So where I play now, having left uni here doing graphic communication, so I did graphic communication. I think I was on the first graphic communication course here, and I chose that course because I wanted to get a holistic view of design, rather than a specialty in illustration or graphic design or photography. I love all creativity, and I wanted to kind of understand that breadth and where I can support that. But I now work in this sort of space. So I work at business strategy level. So I work with organizations to define their goals, look at commercial points of difference. I look at spreadsheets, which still pains me. I look for competitive edge, positioning and market opportunities, tactical financial information. So I work very much in the business of our clients before we move into the brand strategy phase. So then I work on brand strategy very closely with Natalie. So that's, your expression of how you show up and how you deliver on that business strategy. So your identity, your culture, experience, behavior. Our work for Wagamama that you saw on the logos before, that recently won the Transform World Gold Award for culture. That was a culture project. We were working solely on their internal brand culture, how they show up, how they benefit their team. And that is as much of their brand as the external signage or the menu design or anything else. How you engage with their staff is a brand touch point. So we work very much in this space. And then I take the lead into the creative deliverables of the identity and how those business aspirations, those brand strategy aspirations are realized into creative touch points. So even though I spend less time designing, I still spend a lot of time photographing, but I have an incredible design team who I work with and shape the direction, and I still get to work on type every now and again, which is, I would say, a joy, but also I just find it frustrating. I suppose it's a bit like being an incredible sports person and not doing the sport for a long time. Your brain is in one place, but your body's slightly else, somewhere else. But, that's part of the fun of doing what I do. To put more visually what I do is this. This is going to struggle to load as well, isn't it? Which is great, because this is an AI element that I made for you. I don't know why they're not loading. I'm on the Wi-Fi. Let me have a quick look and see if I've been chucked off. No, I'm on the Wi-Fi. So frustratingly. Do you get this? Do you get this? So this is a fun thing, where essentially things go into the smiley machine that giggles, and then great things come out the other end. Which is how, essentially I work as a thing. I take lots and lots of disparate information, and I assemble those into contextual ideas with foundational benefits that then I realize with clients. So we sort of take that and deliver gems for them. So, enjoy that. It didn't work. Or put more simply, again, strategy is gospel, creativity is king. And this is our statement. This is what we believe. That if you take this approach, you focus on the strategy, and then you prioritize the creativity, everything comes together. And we've been doing that for a number of years. This is something that I've wanted to bring in today, particularly around the AI conversation. The advantages today lie in creativity. Business growth and distinction will come from creative problem solving, human ingenuity and leaps of imagination, and thought that machines can't make. Obviously, in what I do, there is a lot more conversation around, we asked ChatGPT to write this, or we got the strategy written by ChatGPT, or, we hear that all the time from CEOs. And although that can seem quite scary, the reality is that those organizations, they're looking for people to think less linear, to come and challenge those things, to take that information and go, okay, well, show me. Does that actually work? How does that work? How do you realize that? How does that work with Steve when he's actually implementing it? So although it can seem quite scary, the advantages are still very much in our creative hands. The creative thinkers who can think wider, who don't follow blindly, will be the people that people turn to as they move into a more technology-focused landscape. And to prove all of that, one of the things that I don't love is that when people say, oh, follow me, follow my strategy, because I'm very good at it, but I don't actually put my neck on the line. So in 2012, we founded Heavy Industries alongside United Us. Heavy Industries is our investment business. So not only do I run a design agency, I run multiple other businesses, and we invest in other businesses. We've physically put our time, our effort, our money into proving that our strategies and our creativity works. And over the last, whatever it is, 15, 16 years, we've sold multiple businesses for their brand equity alone, which I'll go through a couple of them in a minute. But what that means is that when we are in a conversation with CEOs who are beholden to shareholders, or they are driving for a difference, or they need to grow commercials, I can speak to those people on their level. I can talk creatively on their level because I've actually lived that experience. I've done that experience. I'm not just someone saying, do this, but I won't actually get involved. We're an equal partner, and that really benefits our conversations. And it means that we're able to get ideas through that maybe would have been more difficult or more unpalatable if we were just saying, well, we do nice design. And I hear that a lot, designers saying, I gave them ideas, I just couldn't get it through. This is our vehicle to enable us to have those higher level conversations and to quite quickly get into the boardroom where change happens. So I'm just going to run through a couple of projects. There is some video bits in here, so whether they work or not, I apologize. But there is some static, so you can see. But I'm just going to run through a couple of projects where we've made a difference. So this is Hunter Gather Cook. The guy with the bag in his mouth is Nick Weston. For some of us of a certain age, you might remember Survivor. That was a program that's big in America. Nick was the expert on the island to keep everyone alive when he was sort of like just in 21, 22. He worked in the city, but he hated that life and he wanted to live in a treehouse, which he did in Sussex. And he learned to live off the land. He was one of the forerunners of that. And he's an exceptional chef. When I met Nick, when I was living in Sussex, he's just a fascinating guy, so interesting. But he has no commercial bones at all. He's a guy who wanted to live kind of off-grid, cook, make fires, do fun things. He doesn't have any interest in those things, but he also has a family and he has other attributes and he knows he needed to progress. And through conversation, I was like, well, we can help you. We can do loads of cool stuff. So we created this brand with him. On the right-hand side, there's a little bit of the brand book. The typeface for that is a little bit of geekery fun. All of it's made with axe cuts in it. So we actually got him to use his axes and cut stuff, and we put those into the typesetting and made a custom typeface. And we built a brand that gave him an identity that was unique. That was 3 years ago. He's now working with the world's biggest chefs. Marcus Waring is there regularly. There's chefs fly in from all around the world. He's a Yeti ambassador that we worked with. They fly him to top of mountains in helicopters and get him to cook and do loads of incredible things because he is an incredible person. But what he lacked was that ability to take his unique skill sets and diversify them into places that you need them. And that's okay, right? That's fine. You shouldn't have to be more than you are, but you need a team that can support you. This image I took on the top left of him with the bag, this was for an article for the New York Times. He's gone from a little barn in Sussex to now being featured there. Kate Winslet comes in regularly. America, it's just gone mad because he is a genuine person. But it's a good example of if you pull the brand levers, you can start to articulate what makes people different and the benefits, and then they see the benefits of that. This one you might know if you live locally. This is the Goat Shed, just out near Honingham. A couple of these bits are loading, which is good. So the Goat Shed is a farm shop. When we moved back, I moved back to Wyndham not back to Wyndham, that's the first time I've lived in Wyndham, but I moved back to Norfolk, lived in Wyndham, and there's a great farm shop. And there was a little postcard on the table when I went for a cooked breakfast. And it was a really interesting story about Sam and how he'd set it up during COVID in a shed and how he did it for the community and it had grown and grown. And I was like, this story is really inspirational. But this brand is really bad that you had. It's just like really bad. It's just not taking you anywhere. It's just a limiter to your ambitions. So I reached out to him cheekily and was like, look, it'd be fun to do something now I'm back. Why don't you give me the reins? Let's do it. And we did this. We created this cheeky brand, which has helped them to grow revenue 140% year on year since rebrand. They've been named Best Farm Shop in the UK. We won the European Design Award in the agriculture space for this. And most of this is just us having fun. Like, we just have fun with this. We constantly work with them because the brand is all about being cheeky. We just apply that everywhere. And it's helped them to grow really quickly, but it's only articulating who was already incredible. We're not doing anything that wasn't already there. The team were incredible, the ideas were great. They just didn't have a tool to speak to their audience effectively. This was our work with Lego. So again, that video is not going to work. We did the design system for Lego. So the irony of this is that we were called into Lego to design a design system when Lego is the ultimate design system. But every conversation was, what is a design system? And I'm like, you're joking, right? Like, every other person on the planet uses Lego as the example of a design system. But they didn't have one. But instead of just being like, okay, we'll make you a design system, we actually spent a lot of time internally within the business, understanding how this would benefit the organization as a whole, rather than just commercially, how does this look from the outside? So we built a design system that works and is deployed across every digital asset in Lego. If you go to the Billund headquarters, which I was there like 2 weeks ago, every instance of anything digital, from the sign-in to ordering to the framework that the website is based on, is all based on our design system. And we flipped the idea of Lego is play well to work well. We did an entire campaign all around the benefit of working well with Lego. And we saved the business 33% on their design time and efficiency across the business, which you imagine with Lego, with the amount of people who work on their business, that is significant saving. When we actually got into the project, we did an audit of the amount of different buttons they have, and it was in the thousands of different buttons. Because obviously, if you work for Lego, you're like, oh man, this is my chance to design something for Lego. So it's just thousands of buttons for the same task. So bringing that efficiency has meant that they can focus on much bigger, bolder aspirations. Shame you can't see it. This is our work for Goodwood. Goodwood is a major estate in Sussex. If you haven't been, you should. But Goodwood has kind of everything. Art gallery, motor racing, stately home, horse racing, loads and loads of stuff. Horse racing was in decline, like viewer numbers, attendee numbers are down. And Goodwood asked us to work with them to create a brand identity and campaign that changed that narrative. And one of the things that we do within our strategy a lot is look for the human elements. This is a good example of where AI could have taken over. But actually, when you're building an experience brand, you want to replicate an understanding of what it's like when you're there. You want to draw people to that location. And there was this statement of the glorious Goodwood was a term that was coined in 1870. And it was about Goodwood being this lovely estate to go on a Sunday and take the horses to, and it was like, you know, a very statement from the past. But actually, it can be a statement for today. And we took this notion of glorious and flipped it in two ways. So you have for the racing, this idea of for the glory. Actually, there's loads and loads and loads that goes into horse racing. There's people, trainers, aspiration, hard work, gym sessions, all the things that are encapsulated into other sports, which they do so well at bringing to life. If you watch a football final or a rugby final, it's all about the backstory. How did they get there? All the moments. Whereas when you watch the horse racing, it's just like, well, here they go, off they go. You don't hear any of that, but there's a whole world behind that. And people work incredibly hard to realize those goals. So we created this identity to the left, which spoke to an audience who already understood horse racing and championed them. And to the right, we created the Glorious Goodwood Feeling campaign, which elevated all the other things around horse racing. Because the reality is one person might like the horse racing, everyone else is getting dragged along. So if you're being dragged along, why is that? There's other things to do, food, fashion, fairgrounds. This campaign in year one generated a 23% increase in visitor numbers. They're the only location in horse racing to increase their numbers this year. We're moving into season 2, and this is only going to get bigger and bolder. But it's a good example of, you could have gone down the route of AI, but actually all of these things are just real human emotions being resonated back through your social media. These won't load, probably. With London Irish, my ideal project, the club asked us to work with them to move them city. They were originally in Reading, they were moving to London in Brentford, and that, for a sports club, is essentially a death knell. When you're leaving your fan base, you need to find a new fan base or bring that existing audience with you. That is a tricky process. London Irish are what's classed in rugby as an exile club because they are London Irish, right? Like, they were essentially formed by expatriate Irish people working in London who wanted to play rugby. So in their nature, they had no home. But we didn't want to focus on that because they were coming home. And by moving to Brentford, they were moving into the most diverse area in the UK. There's the most diversity. So that seems like a natural fit. We created this idea of the exile nation, this everyone together. If you don't like rugby right now, we're a place for you. If you do like rugby but don't have a club, we're the place for you. If you just want to come and have a great time, we're the place for you. This work with them over 3 seasons grew them from a gate of 3,000 people to 22,000 people in the 3rd year. Sadly, COVID took its toll on a number of rugby clubs. They were one because they didn't have their own stadium, and ultimately it cost them. But we are working with them to bring it back, which is exciting. So, court sport. So this is one of our heavy industries businesses. So this is paddle. If any of you have played paddle, it's pretty popular these days. We were in paddle pretty early on, could see that was going to be an opportunity. So this is one of our own businesses. We founded Court Sport, and we created, obviously, the brand identity, but we also created full clubs. So we had a full club in Birmingham, and we had a manufacturer, so actual builder of paddle courts. Both are owned by us. All the brand was owned by us. We sponsored the UK #1, male and female, and we played an active role in growing paddle to where it is now. We actually exited this business 3 months ago because it was the right time to do so, and also we were looking at new opportunities. We like to work in spaces with our own businesses where we can show the benefit of bravery. And in paddle, essentially everyone was doing the same thing. We were like, there's a room to explore and room to push forward. But obviously with this, we treat this process like we would with any client. We are the client. But the benefit of doing these things and exiting our own businesses is not only do we understand the commerciality, the challenges, how hard it is to actually grow a business, but also how you need to shape a brand for acquisition. That is a challenge. How do you structure it? How do you put it all together? Where's the IP held? Where's the trademarks? Where's all those pieces of architecture? By us doing these processes, it means that when we actually speak to large clients we might have a conversation and say, what's the aspiration here? And they are like, it is to be acquired or to do a merger and acquisition. We are in a unique position to go, okay, we've done that a number of times. This is how we'll do that process. Another one of our heavy industries businesses was this one, Mr. and Mrs. Clark. This came about because Jan and myself were buying our first homes, and it was a horrible, rubbish process. And we were like, surely it doesn't have to be that bad. So we were like, well, we could complain about it, or we could just do a different version. So we created our own brand, Mr. and Mrs. Clark. With Mr. and Mrs. Clark, we found 2 people who were in the estate agency field and brought those in. They were the face of the business. We built the brand. And we led with this idea of selling homes, not houses. So we were one of the forerunners of not talking about how big this bedroom is, but actually talking about why it was this lovely bedroom, why it's a beautiful area, why you would want to live here. prioritising talking about the local community, pubs, schools, all those sorts of things. We were featured in The Guardian pretty much every week, and we were the first people to sell homes directly through Instagram without listing on Rightmove. This business was acquired for its brand. It was a franchise business. We built the franchise. They acquired the franchise, but ultimately they acquired the brand. So a FTSE 250 estate agency company, National, bought this for their premium brand offering. So it's a good example of brand has value. You know, we didn't reinvent the wheel, we just articulated the wheel a little bit better to consumers. And also, it's good fun when you're in charge of your own brand. You can have a lot of fun with it. And then this is a new one that's coming out, which is called Mucker, and this is an AI-based business. So this is currently in an incubator, startup incubator in San Francisco. We own this. And it is an AI for tradespeople. Tradespeople tend to, if you've ever had anything done, they don't like to communicate via text, WhatsApp, call, or anything. And that's normally because the reason they're tradespeople is because they don't like that type of work. Otherwise, they would sit at a computer. So we've built an AI tool that enables you to have a conversation with it, and it does all of your admin for you. It communicates with your customers, sends invoices, orders everything, tells them when you're coming, all that kind of stuff, literally through voice. So a bit like Siri, or Alexa, but for trade. That business is growing very rapidly. We came up with the idea 4 months ago, and it's on the App Store now. So I can talk to you a bit about AI and how difficult it is to actually get AI to do the things you want it to do. So that's the heritage bit. So what about the future? And like I said, I'm only going to touch on this very briefly as we're having further conversations, but I'm happy to answer questions. One of the biggest questions I get from designers and creatives is when to use AI. And ultimately, it always comes back to the strategy. Does it make sense to use AI from a strategic perspective, rather than should we just default to using AI? Ultimately, is it a benefit? Is the AI tools a benefit to the process, or are you adding them because you feel like you need to? And that too often doesn't get discussed. And you see people fly into conversation around, oh, it's built in AI, or I built it, I used one of the code engines to build me an app. It's like, yeah, but it doesn't work though, does it? It looks all right, but it doesn't actually work. And there is benefit to humans. Here's a good example. So Prepped is a food charity we rebranded. I'm a trustee of in Sussex. It started, so a really scary amount of young people in the UK have no access to fresh food, as we all know, but have even less food knowledge, food skills. A number of the schools that we work with, over 50% of them don't have an oven in their house. So cooking is just not an option. And cooking has so many benefits, obviously, for your life skills and your ability nutritionally to look after yourselves, but also to converse and to sit with family, and there's loads of benefits, and it's really important to us. I'm a big foodie. I think a lot of great things happen over food. And Prepped is a charity that deals with that. And we created this brand identity, which is kind of food-orientated, with sort of meant to feel a bit like, when chefs do little twirls and things like that. And this notion of prep for life, and there's lots of other ways we use it. Prepped for the future, prep food, prep kitchens. And this is probably not going to work, but we'll see in a minute. This is the ident, and then we created loads of these, but it probably won't work, which is going to be really frustrating. So essentially, there's hundreds of these, which is very fun to watch. And they are all AI-generated food with the logo within. So it just blasts through lettuce made of this, and ragu, and soup. And this was an example where we used AI to communicate our story, but also because strategically, the charity doesn't have the budget and shouldn't have the budget to spend on a massive, endless photo shoot when it should be spending its money helping young people. So strategically, AI enabled us to produce a brand far beyond its financial means and to engage audiences at a much higher level. since the rebrand and it essentially starting, or the inception of the charity, it's now gone national. We're doing events with people like Tom Kerridge, loads of people like that, because they saw the organisation as an organisation of aspiration, of scale, rather than the fact that it was like 4 people at the time working like in their bedrooms in the evenings trying to get this going. So this is a good example of where we would use AI, because we see it as a benefit. In other projects, which I can talk about later, we're utilising it to create custom campaign imagery that is controlled by the business and owned by the business. It's its own IP, by spending a lot of time with AI to get it really tight into where we want to go. That is not quicker than working with an illustrator. It's just not. Like, there is benefit to using the AI, but it is not speed and it is not cost. But there is other benefits that come with it. I think that's a misnomer that people have with AI, is that you can just sort of done. And that challenge does happen with CEOs. They do think that if I just say, well, just make it with AI, it makes it cheaper and it'll be done. And obviously that isn't the reality. But it isn't a very different conversation than 15 years ago when people used to say, could you just not Photoshop that? It's not really any different, that conversation. It's just Photoshop's been replaced with AI. That's the word is different. But the perception from certain individuals is the same as it was before. And then they understand that actually it's not that straightforward. But that's an example of where we've used AI. And I will share around the links so you can see them, which is frustrating. And that is me. Is there any questions that I can answer while I'm here?
Yeah, literally what you were just saying was when you're sort of trying to customize like generative imagery like for a business, and where you're saying that it's kind of about the same amount of work and money as working with an illustrator. You said there was other benefits. What would that other benefit be?
So the benefits are things that allow us to be quicker to respond. So once we get the styles in place, we can tweak those things faster, but they are not.
Same amount of work to get to that point.
Yeah.
Then you can then work from there, right?
Yeah, but also there's always a benefit and a challenge of working with other people. So if you think, right, I'm going to bring in an illustrator, they come with their own styles and aesthetics, which is where you bring them in. But sometimes that can be a challenge or a nuanced conversation to direct them efficiently to how you want the output to be. With AI, it enables maybe some of our designers who are not technically illustrators but can draw to get much closer to the outcome that we would like, and then bring in external experience or illustrators or videographers or photographers and go, look, this is where we want to play quite tightly so that everyone's more on the same page. So those things are really beneficial, we find, and have not limited anyone's creativity. They've just meant that there's less requirement for reshoots or things which didn't feel right on the money.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all right. Any other questions I can answer? No? Okay. There you go. No more questions. Well, obviously, if there is questions that I can answer, then do let me know. I was a little bit quicker than time because the videos didn't play, which is frustrating. If you want to watch them over my shoulder, you're more than welcome to do that in a moment and have a look. And also, if I can answer any questions. Did you have a question?
Yeah, actually, I will go back to, was it
Goodwood, yeah.
Wasn't it? When you were talking about using AI for that, which you could use AI
Yep.
for that campaigns, which elements were you specifically from creative strategy or image making?
Yeah, image making. So as an organisation, they have thousands and thousands of images. You know, obviously in a briefing scenario, when we ask, okay, do you have any content to work from? It's great. They're like, yeah, we've got thousands. But all of them were the wrong audience, for the wrong audience. When we wanted to move their audience to the new ones that I just talked about, we didn't have anything in that space. And that meant it would be quite easy to start to go, okay, look, do we go and get stock or do we get AI to do some bits and pieces? But that would remove you from that reality. You know, and I think we could have cut that corner, but instead we worked with them to shoot custom video on site, or we set shoots up And then this year that's gone, well, the numbers obviously increased. We'd briefed in all of the estate photographers. They normally have about 50 on site. All of them were briefed for the new identity. So this year, it makes that so much easier because we're all on track. We don't need to reshoot. We don't need to look for additionals. And it's that control. A lot of organizations of that scale, they tick box things like video or photography and just say, right, you're a great photographer, come and shoot. But they don't have any thought process about why they want to use that photography. And then they have a real disparate feel to all of their comms. Whereas the brands that people will look at and go, okay, I don't know, off the top of my head, someone like a McLaren or someone like that, they're very good at curation of their imagery and it feels uniform. And nowadays, we have to live up to the forerunners. So someone like Goodwood needs to appeal to people who look at those brands in that top level. But they're often commercially or mentally, as a business, quite far behind that conversation. So they're trying to hold on to the coattails of the stylistic leaders whilst being 5 to 10 years behind the structure of those leaders. So we're trying to speed those people up into that scenario. But that's an example of where we would use that.
And would you consider potentially moving forward, obviously, because I feel like a lot of CEOs and strategy marketing people from brands would kind of like want to find a way of implementing AI. Would you consider any sort of, or do you think moving forward, the images that you created there would be able to be fed into a model or something that they could basically be able to generate images, or would you feel that communicating a brand's vision through handcrafted imagery is better communicating to kind of appeal to audiences? I think what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts, or definitely where we will want to be going, is to work with organisations to push harder into the human-led content and less of the AI-generated stuff. I think you look at someone like a Goodwood, or look, many of the brands I mentioned there, resonating the real human experience is important, and that needs to come through all elements. And I'm more concerned of the integration of AI into the creation of imagery than I am utilising imagery that's created by it, if you see what I mean. So cameras that have AI integrated within them that are doing other things, which we're obviously starting to see, because that distorts the reality. I want to be pushing with our brands to talk about the human element, talk about why they have particular photographers, hero those people, and really give the benefit of those people. I think AI for us will continue to be a tool for mood boarding, directing, structuring, enabling a vision. And that's one of its real benefits. I mean, you might find the same. But CEOs or CFOs or people in places of power may not be the most creatively minded individuals. That's why they're very good at their jobs. AI is a very good tool to help them to see how something may look and to trust you more by going, okay, look, here's what it could look like. This is exciting, right? Rather than in the past, people would have gone, here's some sketches. This is exciting, right? And they're like, I can't see what that's going to be. AI has a real benefit there to get people to feel we're all on the same page and I'm going to drive harder into it. And it's also useful to make sure that you are on that same visual page. We do a thing which we just like internally call like the spicy test. We often class it as there's nothing worse than, I think, when you go into a friend's or someone you haven't really met before, and they say, and you're going there for dinner, and they say, well, do you like spicy food? That's like an absolute red flag of a question, because my hot might be their mild. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really a barometer to actually anything. And design is a similar thing. Someone might say, oh, I want to be really edgy. Okay, well, your edgy to my edgy is completely different. Like, we might not even overlap on that scale. So we use AI to work with clients to go, okay, show us what edgy means to you. And it's like, okay, edgy was our safe. Right, now we know where that conversation starts. Let's work together to move you forward. And those things are real beneficial for AI usage. And we're also very careful of protecting everyone. Obviously, we have a lot of IP that's out there. I shoot photography. People and photographers' styles do come up in AI all the time. We're very careful at not doing that. We will actually work with photographers. If we want a particular photographer, we ask that photographer, can we use their portfolio to show as an example because they're the chosen photographer? So in those scenarios, we do a lot of that, which I think is really important to be done.
I agree. I think we're talking about
Yeah.
One other question, which is for you, is how did you find transitioning from art student to basically running your own agency? Because obviously it's a different, more business scale mindset.
Yeah, it's a good question, because obviously I tend to run quite a few businesses, but I suppose that's because like I said, I kind of lied to myself. I think in reality, when I started art school, I thought, that's it, I want to be a designer. But when I was here at art school, I had independent clients, I had a clothing brand where I sold clothes, I founded a big karate club here. Like, I was already doing business, but I thought I wanted to do design. And what I realized was actually I want to work in business with creative mindset and to use creativity in its the form I set out as a tool to reach goals. And then that step back, don't get me wrong, some days I'm just like, I'm just going to sit down and I want to design for a day. And I can, because I suppose that's your choice as the agency owner. But, I'm not directly sort of sitting there and relying on the projects on me anymore. And that's because my creative team are better than me. And that's part of the little bit where I kind of died inside, is when I brought in particular team members. I was like, I am now obsolete. You are far more skilled than I am at all these things. But that makes us a good team. And that's why I recalled United Us. And I didn't want a founder narrative of like individual names, because it's not about me, it's not about Jan. The people who work with our clients, everyone works with our clients. So it's about the collective and understanding where you can bring your skills. And just because you might not design anymore doesn't mean that I'm not a creative person. Much of those projects were my ideas or my sketches, or I just didn't actually do the bits on the tools so much.
Cool.
Any other questions I can answer? No? Okay, well, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Next time, maybe videos will work. Cool. Fran hasn't come back to rescue us, so I thought maybe we'll just chat about anything else. We can just...
The tradespeople admin chat.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had a terrible time. Well, not a terrible time. It didn't take long, but I was trying to get some information from HMRC about something, and they had, we have our chat bot, and I sort of put something in and said, I don't have the right documents for this, and it said, you don't need this many documents, and I was like, well, I tried to log in, and so basically it just gave me wrong information.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of stuff happens. No, there's a lot of that out there. It's always worth doing your research, because there's, there's in America, lots of lawsuits around chatbots. There was airlines that got sued massively, and yeah. Yeah. I tend to steer clear of those things for now.
No, it wasn't any like sensitive information or anything. It was just I could have avoided a phone call, but no.
No luck.
It just didn't give me the right information, and it's like, well, they've just sort of put a general purpose thing in here.
Often the way. Fran, you're back to rescue us. We're all done. But yeah, if anyone does have a question, you are welcome to come and ask me about anything that we do. But yeah, otherwise it's nice to talk to you. You are? None of my videos work, Fran.
Sounds very...
AI.
Harry can hear everything, he's listening.
Well, it's a brilliant choice. I've always said Harry was excellent.
Okay, should we get started? Might as well. We're 60 seconds out.
Let's wait for those 60 seconds.
Can we all hear ourselves? We don't like to hear ourselves, but...
I'm still trying to work out where the camera is.
Oh, yeah.
It's just...
Harry will never tell you. Okay, welcome, everybody. For those of you who don't know, I'm Fran, the Alumni Officer, and we have some lovely panellists here who are all alumni from this university. We have one person missing. Unfortunately, he had to go due to a family emergency, so we let him deal with that. Didn't hold him hostage. Today we are going to go over some of the things that the speakers talked about in their lectures a little bit, about what heritage means to them and how technology affects the field that they work in. So we have a photographer, filmmaker and director, and a botanical artist. We've got photography graduate, film graduate, and fine art graduate. I work here, but I am also an alumni, so I do have my own practice, but I'm just here to sort of moderate and keep everyone on track. We have some questions, and we do have time for a little bit of an intimate Q&A at the end if you would like. Is everyone happy? You know where the exits are if you need them, and where the bathrooms are.
If you're not happy.
That way and this way. So thank you. Okay, so shall we start off? Does everybody want to introduce themselves? Lewis, we can start with you.
Yeah, so hello, I'm Lewis. I'm a photographer based here in Norwich. A lot of my personal work is around capturing the unique characteristics of people that are often considered to be on the fringes of society. I do this by using medium format film. I shoot, develop, print, and archive a lot of my work by hand at home. I also work with a lot of local restaurants and cafes, creating imagery for their website and social media platforms. The latter is more like the digital side of my practice, and obviously my personal work is more traditional techniques and film image making. I think that is it for me.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Adrian. I'm a film director, editor, and also now kind of broadening into the spectrum of AI engineer, and kind of trying to develop those sort of and explore those sort of new worlds that are kind of like opening. My work kind of revolves around mainly diversity and inclusion. I like to kind of explore different stories from, marginalized, or try to look at basically different things with different lens, basically. I don't know how to explain it. It's just trying to do a little bit different in every sort of like practice that I do. So try to almost like retell stories, but different perspectives, new perspectives. So that's kind of what I do. I dabble into photography as well, and yeah, a little bit of everything.
Hi, well, I'm Maisie. I graduated in July of this year. I'm now based back in Cambridge, which is where I'm from, but I'm primarily, I'd say, a printmaker at heart, but my work stems from a lot of botanical imagery, using photography, and my own botanical arrangements, which are inspired by ikebana, which is a Japanese style of flower arranging, and the principles of that, which go with that, as well as personal things to do with heritage, and love and loss being sort of main themes for me. So yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, everyone. The point of this panel today is to explore those topics, but also create a space where we can ask very difficult and scary questions about things like AI. And as creatives, we know that that's quite a difficult topic, but I really want us to be able to ask questions and have discussions about it in a mature way that is valuable for us all in our individual fields, if that makes sense. So for me, as an educator and a photographer in my creative practice, I obviously have a perspective on it from delivering information to students, and I know it's being used for assessment and sort of generating ideas, which I have a whole perspective on it from that side, but also as a photographer myself, I have a creative perspective on it. So it's a really interesting topic, I think, and depending on what field you work in, I think there's a lot to learn from each other in that landscape. So the first question that I'd like to ask you all, and you can answer these in whatever order you like. You can fight over them if you like. That's entirely up to you. We can move the table out of the way. But maybe we can just go in that same order. I'd like to know what heritage and technology means to you and what it means to your work. So to expand on that, when I say heritage, I mean sort of traditional processes, It could be your own personal and cultural heritage, and it could just be generally your experience over time and sort of how you got to where you are. And what does that mean to you, and how does that affect the work that you create?
Sure, I'll start.
Go on.
Cool. So, as I said, like, my personal practice revolves around using medium format film, which is a slower process to photography nowadays. The camera that I use is a manual focus camera. There's 10 shots per roll of film, which really encourages me just to like really slow down, to be present in the moment with my sitter, the subject, whether it's a landscape, person, inanimate object, whoever it is. I just like to spend time with them to really build a rapport, and especially with the portraits that I like to create, I feel the longer I spend not actually taking the picture, but building that connection with them. I could only take one picture of them, but if I've spent an hour and a half speaking to them to really get to the depths of like how they're feeling that day, you know, just asking questions, being transparent, and just trying to understand who they are, I can then build a more accurate representation of them in a final image. So that to me is really valuable, and that is how I see heritage because of the techniques that I use. Technology, as I said, would be the commercial side of my practice, which involves working with the restaurants who need imagery on a weekly basis, sometimes even daily. That just wouldn't be viable if I was to shoot that stuff on film, and I have tried. But yeah, that is hopefully answered the question.
Yeah, and how do you think that technology affects your more commercial work?
I would say, having shot film for 10 years, like, your muscle memory of like how you approach a shoot really kicks in, and it doesn't matter whether I'm shooting a restaurant or a musician for like an upcoming promotional shoot for an album. I like to spend time in the location if I have time to do so, and whether it's a digital camera, I'll turn off the continuous shutter and shoot one shot at a time, possibly manual focus, depends if my camera wants to cooperate. Sometimes I rely on just like autofocus. But ultimately, I just carry over the slow process from my film photography into my digital practice as much as possible until I can get it into post-production and then pick up the pace a bit and deliver.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Cool. It's more the approach to the process of making work.
It's a mindset and a process, yeah.
Being dictated by the technology. Great.
I think it's really interesting what you're saying, because like, it is about storytelling at the end of the day. If you get to meet your character and get to understand him and know to tell that story, the technology is just there to kind of help you capture it. So whether you're shooting on digital, if you shoot on digital or you shoot on film, the result will slightly look different, because obviously one's film, one's digital, but the actual process of capturing and the expression of the character and how you actually portrayed it is that is the kind of like, yeah, the idea of heritage, which kind of brings me to me is like the way that I kind of see heritage is the idea of like traditional storytelling, is the idea that like to be honest, every filmmaker, when we started the course here, we were just basically given a camcorder and basically note cuts. We had to edit everything in camera. You make the film basically trying to create a story. We're just really thinking about the process and how you get from A to B, and really thinking about characters and really focus on performance. And then the technology is, you just replace that technology, and you know, obviously you're gonna get ARRIs and big cameras and lighting and you know, all of that. So I think for me is the heritage is purely as knowledge and doing your research and that cool sort of experience that you have. That is the heritage. And then you basically can, you know, cameras are just toys, they're gadgets. They'll just you can buy cameras now, you can buy Arris, and in 5 years' time they're out of date and someone else will come out. And, yes, it will improve, it will make your life easier because you can, suddenly manipulate and change the trousers because you don't like the trousers that they were wearing, or you don't like the environment. You couldn't make it rain, and you just suddenly can make it rain all of a sudden. So all of that sort of stuff is technology, which is great. It can improve your work. But at the end of the day, a bad story is a bad story. If you don't know how to, get to that great result, you can have all the great gadgets in the world.
Knowing what I know about your work and having worked with you on set briefly, you always use different types of camera. So for context for everybody, Adrian will be directing, and there's a man, bless him, with that huge harness on with this huge camera capturing that, and then suddenly you pop up behind him with a Super 8, just sort of, and then I catch you taking photos, and, and then there's stills in between. Tell us a little bit about that sort of process. Why is it that you do that? Is it a textural thing? How does that affect the work that you make?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I love mixed media. I love the rawness. I love sketchbook style sort of filmmaking because in a world that's so polished, so neat and controlled, it's very hard to kind of find authenticity. And you find that a lot in commercial work where everything is, you got to pick the trousers they're wearing, what's the seats colors are, what's, the environment are, what's, how they're moving, what's the stage, what's the lighting, everything is super controlled. And in my own personal sort of work, I like to kind of release that freedom, lean into the imperfection and just chuck in Super 8 and 35mm and VHS and kind of see what muddles in. I love the offcuts, you don't get a great take, but you might have a bit of the end of a tape that might be a bit wobbly, but that's the beauty in craft and in art, is the imperfections, not the perfection, and the discovery. And then you kind of you might have planned it one way, but on set you might be let me get that cool shot, and then your camera jams and you can't make it because you're relying on old technology. But it's still, there's something really nice of mechanisms and hearing the camera motors functioning and then kind of putting it together.
Absolutely.
Or forgetting to take the slide out, right?
Well, that's what I love about my camera. It hasn't got the nicest. I love the sound of my shutter, but it's a hell of a shutter clap. It's just, I've got it with me, so I can
pull it out.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. So with this camera, because I have, is yours the RB or the RZ?
RZ.
Yeah. So I've got the RB. So they are, I think the RZ has some electrical components.
There is, yeah.
But the RB that I shoot with is completely mechanical. So it's a bit louder and quite a bit heavier, isn't it, unfortunately?
I think this is about 2.5 to 3 kilos, just this circle.
But you have to crank it twice, so you don't just
There's
you
an arm
have
here.
to,
So on the one that you're talking about, you'll crank it here, but also to progress the film, you need to crank it here.
So you get the mirror ready in the front, and then you also get the film ready in the back.
Yeah, and if you forget to do any, there's a lot of different stages to master. And I've been using this camera for 6 years, and I still forget to pull this out.
Yeah.
So I take a shot, but
and progress the film.
The film's not actually being exposed at all.
Yeah. So.
But to prove my point, the shutter is. Yeah. It sounds really nice, but it's so far from what the digital shutter is nowadays.
Yeah.
It's silent, but there's so much character, as you said, to the mechanics and the shutters, different kind of technologies within the camera itself that make it unique, and that's those quirks that I gravitate towards. And I haven't seen your work, but just hearing the different mixed medias, they all evoke a different emotion. It's why people choose to shoot digital instead of 35, instead of medium format, instead of large format. They've all got their different qualities, and it's just finding a purpose for each of those different formats. Like you say, you might have the end of a take that doesn't make the first official cut, but then it's a challenge of where can I put this in? And then there's a new level of creativity that you're trying to think I want to make this work because there's something there that is interesting. Where can I make it? Where can I fit it in? To go on a tangent.
Yeah, no, I'm going to take us on another one. So the other fun thing about using these cameras is everything's back to front.
Yes.
So everything that's on the right is on the left and vice versa. So more often than not, I'll take a shot and I'll be really excited, and then I get the film back. And it's either not as good or way better than I expected. And it's because of that strange perspective, isn't it?
Yeah.
So actually with these processes, it's like using the Super 8. You never know if it's actually going to work.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of fun in the unknown. Maisie, why don't you tell us about your work and sort of, because I know that your process, you, as you said, printmaker, used photography as a tool to create these lovely images, and talk us through that and how that's affected your process.
I think it's been really interesting to listen to how you take on like photography sort of projects and how, I don't know, you're using older equipment basically, because I was quite new to using a professional camera, if that's what you want to call it, until really recently, where I really started to get into using it and realise, oh my god, it's so much better than using anything else. But I think for me, I'm using more modern technology. However, the outcomes and the concepts sometimes behind it is more oldie-worldy, and then I like to transform it into something that feels like something you could find in a newspaper like years or decades ago, sort of thing. So it's quite interesting, kind of reverse, sort of. Not that I'd love to try that. I would love that. But yeah, so for me, I use photography to really encapsulate my arrangements, and I think for me the arrangements are so important, and they're great. They're beautiful and very meaningful for me to make. However, I think it's only when I photograph it in a certain way that it's able to translate more than that to like an audience. I think without the dramatic lighting that I use in most of my imagery, I think it wouldn't stand out as much as it does now in my print. Yeah, I'm sort of not quite sure what else to sort of say.
That's okay, we can move forward. I think it's interesting to have very similar but different processes here, right? So we're all making things and you're all creating things that are clearly very meaningful to you all. And some are newer graduates than others, and it's quite interesting to hear all your stories. I think we've kind of answered my second bullet point, so I'm just going to jump in and ask if there's any technologies at all that you have either completely rejected or embraced with open arms that have affected your work moving forward. And we could actually go back this way instead of starting with Lewis, if you're happy to.
So for me, I've come from a background where I like to do everything myself. I was never into technology, and it was just something I was always very scared of. So for me, I've begun to really embrace Photoshop, which was a huge step for me, because I came from a background where that really wasn't my bag and something I was really not confident about. So for me, it's been really life-changing for my creative practice and for me actually as well, because without using some of the technologies on there, I wouldn't have the imagery suitable to be able to be exposed onto a plate. So at the very start of my whole process of creating this series that I've been making, before I started by going, you know what, I'm just going to expose onto a plate an image it's just the raw image, unedited, let's see how it goes. And it was an absolute write-off, like it didn't work. There was too much, I love a dark, dramatic image, so it was way too dark, so I just had these really it didn't transfer well at all. So I really had to go back to the drawing board and be like, right, if I really want to achieve this, I'm going to need to do this. So I basically had to, with the help of a lot of people, I managed to sort of get my head around Photoshop using levels and adjustments and other tools to help refine the imagery and make it it needs to be more of like a mid-tone and softer to be able to translate correctly in a print. And similar to you guys, working kind of a bit blind to the process, it's very similar for me. So what I edit on the screen will come out totally different to the acetate that I print on and use to expose onto the plate. So it's all about experimentation and really getting to understand the process on a deeper level, to understand beforehand how it might turn out. So it's quite a tedious process in that sense, but I would say it would be impossible to do what I want to do without photography and technology like Photoshop. The only thing I would say with technology as like potentially a negative is a lot of the new printers these days are like super good, but they do have issues. I've talked to Sonia, who you might know, so she's like the senior person in print and that sort of facility, and all older printers used to create much better black and white imagery, and now often it's left streaky because they're trying to improve efficiency and things like that. And actually that was a real negative for me, which meant I had to learn, I need a specific type of acetate. I'm going to have to print it now and hope for the best, and if it doesn't turn out, I've got to do it again and again and again until I get the right one, or I've got to come back another day to do it when the printer's working with me better. So actually, it's interesting how technology can develop, but can then hinder some of old practices, but also help. So it's an interesting one. Yeah.
Is there anything that you wouldn't touch? Like, because you were mentioning in your talk that you're not really thinking about colour, because you like the black and white.
Yeah, so I mostly predominantly work in black and white using a graphite black ink, which is when I get to printmaking, which has a real lovely shininess to it, like a drawing. And I tend to do that over adding colour, because as I said in my talk, I already feel like there's enough going on, and for me, I think it's visually it's too much, and it doesn't produce the energy, the spirit, the nostalgic qualities that I want it to portray. And I think adding colour can sometimes reduce that sense of refinement within my work. I have tried to add colour, and it's not something that I'm completely throwing away, but I think whatever I were to do in the future to potentially include colour would be very refined, very subtle, because I think any sort of very artificial, any bright colour just really takes away that sensitivity that I'm trying to create. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Interesting. I'm the sort of person that will say I don't reject anything, mainly because in my field, so I feel with directing, because directing is kind of like art, it's being creative. You kind of have to understand all of the elements. So I want to understand how animation works, how, I've tried a little bit of printing, not my thing, but I've tried it. I've tried pottery, I've tried, filmmaking, I've shot Super 8, I've shot DV, I've shot digital, tried a bit of DP, the only thing I haven't tried is acting yet. That's the only thing.
Maybe stay away from
But who knows? Hollywood. Here I come. But I think you do have to, I'd like to, understand the technology and understand even the old sort of process, how I personally have not shot on 35 or 16, but I do understand, you work with the best people when it comes to that. So I would still embrace it. Again, it goes back to the idea for the right tool for the job. For whatever story you want to tell, you use those sort of tools. But where I was going to go with this is technology is here to stay. It will only get better. It will only just improve. You can't really say that I'm not going to use it or I'm not going to touch it, because it's only going to get better. People are going to be using it already from when we started, when we graduated. Well, when I graduated, it's basically, you've seen a massive shift of audiences from cinema to phones. You've seen it, changing the whole landscape of like art and mediums of how people have, understand and see your work. You have to kind of, okay, how do I kind of keep in touch but not lose that sense of heritage, and like use the technology and the old tools to kind of still keep in touch and move forward, basically. That's my sort of
I like the right tool for the job. I think that's a good rule.
It would be quite interesting, you know, I'm not sure if you've explored with AI, and obviously I'd say kind of keep your work away from it, but it would be interesting to see how that colours it and brings life to it in a certain way, or, you know, makes it motion from those sorts of interesting. It's such an interesting way, because you are the artist, you are constructing those images. It would be very interesting to see what that sort of technology takes it.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, from an aesthetic sort of perspective, I've had the opportunity to potentially include AI in my work with reconstructing images that maybe are slightly obscured from a reflection, or I don't know, slightly cut off or something, to sort of, you know, make the imagery a bit stronger. And to be honest, I did steer away from it, because I think for me, and I do think, you know, AI is really useful, and I think if you use it correctly and use it as a tool, it's like anything really else. However, for me, I really want, with my work, that sort of sense of authenticity, that I'm making it myself. And I think because it's about my personal family heritage, and I'm also reflecting external heritages that I'm trying to raise awareness and preserve, I think in my nature, in what I'm trying to do, it's not necessarily in that sort of direction, but I do think the idea of, you know, potentially creating some sort of motion sort of idea, stop motion or something, you know, that might be I think that'd be super interesting. There's a really interesting photographer called, I might be saying her name wrong, but Suzanne Saroff, and she does a lot of, I love her work, but she makes these incredible little videos, doesn't she? Really, really short little snippets of sort of motions, and they look so like tantalising and playful. And I do think, like, how does she do that? And that might be really interesting to see how I could do in my own way, potentially through print as well. So yeah, that would be my response to that.
I'd like to talk to you more about that. Adrian, just back to talking about things being rejected or embraced. I know that in your work you were at one point exploring how AI can help you realise ideas that you might not perhaps have, you know, a budget for or something, but you need to be able to pitch an idea. Like, how do you feel like that's affected that process for you? Instead of having to like pitch an idea with no images, that you're actually able to give them almost like a sample, if you like, of what's inside your brain. Because as creatives working with people who think in more linear, it's quite difficult to get that out of your head, isn't it? And be like, imagine this, and put, you know, the amount of time I feel a little bit like a lunatic trying to like explain things to people, and I look like a mad animal, but it's because it's in my head and I'm trying to get it out. So just talk a little bit about that for us and sort of how that's helped.
Cool. So Luke kind of like touched on it briefly earlier on. I think especially in commercial worlds, it's when you're dealing with people that, you know, are high up CEOs and they're not really the most creative people, they need visual stimulants, and like, you know, how do you get from A to B? And like, you know, words on paper sounds great, and like, you know, you're gonna be kind of like making this, I don't know, giant gorilla on a sky block, and then it jumps and turns into a plane, it's a transformer or whatever. You know, all those sort of things, like, it's great, but like, how does it look like? And it kind of goes back to, in the world of commercials, the clients want to see the finished product before you actually see it. Is the pitch part where you kind of like, you want to know before they release the funds. And this also applies to short films as well. It's kind of like, you have to kind of create your posters, you have to create your moods, like what's it going to be like, sort of trailers before you actually shoot, before you have anyone to commit to budget. So I think AI is definitely, in a way, is kind of like, it has taken from the people like storyboard artists, it has taken from concept developers and concept artists, but it's kind of helped people that don't really have the necessary budget to, and like, hire those specialists or they don't have the skills. It kind of almost like made it more accessible for indie filmmakers and indie commercial directors to kind of get their ideas across and kind of help them visualize and basically put it out in the world and show it in front of people. So I think that's a good way to do it. Even with, you know, you could, if you're stuck with ideas, like, you know, you can use ChatGPT or Gemini to kind of potentially brainstorm if you don't have a creative partner. But I think ideally, the best sort of ideas do come from conversations with people. So I think that's where, you know, I have tried to kind of brainstorm with AI. And it's good to a certain level. You know, you might go, oh, didn't think of those 200 different ideas, but then it's so much more organic when you kind of, a great idea starts from conversations, and there's different people, and, you know, you're bringing your background, and start having these sort of what if, and you kind of like, it might spark something that's different. So it doesn't really take, but it can, if you're kind of stuck, it does, AI definitely helps to kind of like brainstorm or like at least like maneuver forward in those sort of like creative droughts.
It kind of helps get rid of that creative block, you know, like writer's block when you get stuck in your head over an idea.
Look,
I've certainly done it, and the image that you get, you're just a bit like, oh.
But the thing is, like, I'm not, okay, so there's another thing, right? What I love about it is that I'm not a great writer. Like, my background's not in writing. I can kind of come up with an idea, like, I'm great coming up with a story, concept of, like, you know, act 1, 2, and 3, and obstacles and conclusion, and all that sort of stuff. What's really helped me is if you break down a prompt, right? You know, you start from a macro, you have to break it down from a macro level to a micro and then a nano. So first of all, you start with your C. And this is where it's becoming really fascinating because it helped me communicate better when I go into a room. You know, suddenly you're not just going, I want a shot of a guy running off and parkour and jumps in and does this. Okay, no, you have to think of a cinematic shot. It's low angle, it's wide shot. What's he wearing? It's a guy wearing jeans, long hair, and a black t-shirt. Runs out, low angle. Fusion, behind them, explosions. And all this, it really helps to set the mood and the tempo. What's the lighting? Okay, you have to learn about lighting. What's Rembrandt lighting? What's like cinematic side lighting? All those sort of natural, all those different terms help you to communicate better your ideas. And I think that's where it's great for people to learn and understand a prompt sort of skeleton, a prompt idea of how you break down a prompt. Because not only, you'll type it in and you'll get an image. But then if you take that concept and you can put it into a pitch room and you start talking to people about your ideas, it will help you communicate it better because you understand what, it is like you're explaining to a 2-year-old of like what you want. And then that will kind of give you an image. And then, you know, you're on set and you talk to the DP, you talk to the talent, and you talk to people. And this is the scene, this is what we planned out, this is what we want to achieve. And I think that's the pros of AI that I'm like,
We're going to go deeper into that in the next question for sure. I think just something to bookend that is that the technology whatever it is only as good as the person using it, right? So, you know, I've seen photographs that have made me stop in my tracks, and then I've learned it was taken on a really old iPhone. I'm like, oh. You know, I get a bit cross about it. And then I'm like, why am I so cross? But, you know, I think it just proves, doesn't it, that it is about that human connection to the material and to the process. So, Lewis, what about you? Have you anything that you've rejected or embraced? Because I know your transition into sort of slightly more commercial work, as you said earlier as well, meant that it was a requirement for you to use the right tools, right? You needed to use digital. You couldn't be shooting what you're shooting on medium format film. I mean, you'd be bankrupt. So
up until August last year, I didn't have a digital camera at all. I was just exclusively 35mm or medium format film. So I guess you could say that I rejected digital photography, which is crazy in like today's landscape. But yeah, like you say, now transitioning in March, going full-time freelance with my photography business, in order to create the work for the clients, to generate income and keep my practice alive, I needed to adapt and buy the right tool, and that happened to be a digital camera. But the camera I chose was a Fujifilm, and as I said in my talk, Fujifilm allow you to build custom profiles within the camera. So essentially it is like you're loading a film stock into your digital camera. And some people fall into a rabbit hole of, you have the option to create 4 profiles, I think, maybe 6. And I said to myself before I picked up the camera, I'm only going to do 2. I'm going to do a color profile and a black and white, because I don't want that to take away from the important decisions of composition, lighting, building rapport with my subject. I don't want to have to worry about what the camera's doing. I want to worry about what's in front of me, and how I can use these elements to sort of create the imagery that I desire, basically. So essentially, yeah, it would be digital photography that I rejected for, several years. The way that AI, for me, how I use it in my practice, for example, I did a shoot yesterday with an independent clothing brand, and their budget was small. They didn't have a studio. We used a dust sheet in the client's bedroom to shoot e-commerce photography. The dust sheet was only like 3 meters wide, and that meant that the corners of the image you were seeing the bedroom, essentially. So to work around that, I used the generative fill on AI, masked the areas that were visibly a bedroom, and it just expanded the dust sheet. And that allowed me to create an image for a client with a tight restriction of space and budget. It's not something that I do often, but when push comes to shove and I had no other option to deliver that because of the obstructions of space, etc., it gave me the option to deliver what they needed. Yeah, like I say, because of the slower process, having shot film for 10 years, I try my hardest to get everything more or less how I want it in camera. That means that I'm saving time in post-production by spending more time, in pre-production, planning ahead to ensure that what I'm delivering is more or less how I envision it, or how it's, how it should look in my eyes.
Yeah, I think using those tools when there are such heavy restrictions is really important, because it does allow us to work with more people who don't have the budget, or perhaps don't understand as well. I've done shoots before where they're like, yeah, we've got everything booked for you, and you get there and you're like, it's 2 foot wide, we're not going to get much done there. But having that option is also like a lovely safety net, isn't it? It's a little bit like shooting on film and digital, just to make sure that you get everything in that same space. You've all kind of touched on AI a little bit, and I think I'd really like to expand on that a little bit. So previously, I hosted an AI panel. I want to continue this conversation as much as possible, because it's constantly evolving. And I'm learning as we go as well, and I want to share what I'm learning with you guys. So from the last panel, we had another alumni, also called Lewis, which isn't you, as another person. But he comes from a sort of a 3D background. So he works for Pixel Artworks, I think they're called. And he, before COVID, was doing a lot of like visuals for live performance. So he did stuff for like Billie Eilish and people like that. It's very large scale stuff. And a lot of that he's using things like Unreal Engine, where he's building these like environments, and his work's phenomenal. And he was somebody that was showing work at the British Art Fair, not last summer, the summer before, when they had their first digital floor. And that's where I learned a lot about AI image making as well, from a couple of other people. So we had him. We also have somebody called Thomas, who was in talking about how he consults for like small business startups, and how they use AI in sort of more
environmental sort of landscapes, so where it predicts natural disasters for us, for example, about 300 times quicker than a human possibly could, because it's just very fast and smart. So, you know, in that context, it's a very positive thing, and we really want it. In sort of Lewis's perspective, it was a positive and a negative, because technically the software we're using, like Photoshop, even if you're using paintbrushes, technically that's AI. You know, but we're so used to it, and it's not been labelled as that to us, it's been sold to us as something else. We don't see it in that same light. We also had somebody called Paul Hill, who is a writer, and he, if you want to access this talk, by the way, it's on the Alumni YouTube channel, which is linked in the bio of the Alumni Instagram. And he talks about it from a sort of writer's perspective, and he has a lovely case study that he discusses about some researchers who used it in a really positive way, but it took a slightly dark turn. So none of us are trying to reject it or necessarily embrace it. We're just picking it apart and figuring out what is it and what is it doing. And the point I made about photography was that at some point when photography first started, there was a painter who decided that photography would be the death of fine art. You know, it would ruin oil painters. That was it, art was ruined. And then obviously it was sort of something that essentially blew up, and people thought it was stealing their souls. We went from that, you know, and people were then having portraits taken, and it made them feel really special, and so on and so forth. And then I remember a time, which we don't like to admit, when we didn't have phones of cameras, and we all had button phones, and then this idea that you had a camera in your pocket, that was like the most fascinating thing. That was never seen as a tool that was going to ruin art either. It was just seen as something that was quite useful and a convenience. And I think convenience is a really interesting angle as well when we talk about technology, because I've overheard people using it for silly things like splitting a bill in a restaurant, and you think, oh my goodness, couldn't you just do that in your head? Why did you have to use ChatGPT for that?
Or a calculator.
Or your calculator that's on your phone, in your pocket,
Yeah.
which is also weird, right? So there's all that kind of thing. I think, for me, I don't think it's good or bad. I think it just is what it is, and it's another tool for us to use to create whatever it is that we're creating. And who's using it? It's us, right? So it's our responsibility to use it in a positive way if that's what we want to do. From an art perspective, I don't think it's ever going to match what we do as people. I don't think it's ever going to have the same relationship. Much like you, Lewis, when I'm a portrait photographer, it's about that one-on-one experience and building trust with somebody. Having your photograph taken is pretty horrible. Mm-hmm. Not many people like it. We all do this weird thing. So it's about that, and it's about being really personable and gaining that person's trust to capture them and freeze them in time forever and ever. So I think for me, and I wonder what you guys think about this, is how we categorize AI as creatives. Forget all the other stuff. Just as creative people, how we categorize it's really important. Does it deserve its own space? Because at the British Art Fair, I came across two image makers. One who feeds his own software with found film. So he's not stealing anybody's work. He's finding leftover film that no one wants anymore, and he uses that to generate his imagery. So he's not stealing anything, and he's actually built this supercomputer, and it's really fascinating. And the other guy's mission was almost to break the AI and to create these insane images that look like medium format photography. I'll have to show you. But the closer you get, the more weird they are, and the more you realise the textures are wrong, the perspective's wrong. There was like a shark in it, and its tongue was a really weird texture, and it gives you the heebie-jeebies. But when you talk to him about it, he was like, that's the point, it's meant to be weird. And it deserves its own space, I think. I think if we had image makers, like we talk about photographers, you know, we say, I'm an analogue photographer. It's like, well, I'm an AI image maker. Mm-hmm. Or I'm a digital, what's the difference between that and a digital collagist? You know, these are the questions that I want us to think about. So for you guys, I mean, I don't mind who starts. Like, how do you see AI specifically as a creative affecting your topic? So, like photography, do you feel the same way I do? Like,
yeah,
what do you
absolutely.
think?
I don't think I'm not worried at all about my discipline. At the end of the day, like, a computer cannot build a relationship with a person enough to be able to create a genuine, honest representation of them through an image. Again, it just goes back to time spent with that person, asking them how they are, really getting to grips with, like, just genuine human emotion, which obviously a computer just doesn't have. The way I see it is like, it's an assistant at the end of the day. Like you said, it relies heavily on us to prompt it. We're the creatives, we have the ideas. Without us, AI would be redundant, essentially. Like, we need to put something into it in order for it to generate anything. I don't personally see it as intelligence. I struggle to think that it's an intelligent life form, because I don't know, it just relies on us, basically. It doesn't have any of its own capabilities to think critically. Basically, it's just like picking bits and bobs from the internet and sort of churning those out. And my wife told me this funny story where, like, it tripped over its own foot. Basically, someone that she knows put in this basic equation, and it got it wrong. It was like, what's 3 times 3 or something like that. And the computer, ChatGPT, just got it wrong. It's like, you can't rely on it solely. And as creatives, I think, you know, we rely so heavily on our personal experience to create our art, and it's just something that a computer, like I say, can't do.
Yeah, that's like what you were saying, Adrian, isn't it, about that, like, conversational element. It's like, that's where the best ideas come from. And something that I've learned with using ChatGPT for many different things, it has no sense of humour. Has absolutely no sense of humour. It doesn't understand irony or sarcasm, and those are all the things that make us pretty cool, right? Our life experiences affect what it is that we find funny, and, you know, that sense of irony and chance and all of that kind of thing, it doesn't have any of that. And if you have to tell it that, then it's not genuine. That's the other thing. It's like, if it's like, be sarcastic, you know, and it's just like, it won't get it. It's not. So when we portray images in work, storytelling that tells these difficult, very complex human experiences, it's just never going to get it. It's never going to understand.
It is such a wide topic to kind of talk about, because obviously we're talking about AI as a tool, and AI as a tool is not going to take my job. It's when you start breaking away from it and start talking about AI agents and the people that kind of like set them off, then, you know, you start breaking from art and creativity into politics. And that's spread of misinformation. Again, storytelling, it's narratives. Storytelling can then trip into politics, create this sort of chaos in the world. And I think that's where we have to be a bit careful when we talk about it. If we talk about tools and creativity, yes, I agree. To go back to your subject, your topic in terms of should they have a specific like category, 100%. I think if you're a storyteller and you're a filmmaker, a photographer, and you've got this great idea and you can put it in, you use it, and like you can create a story, you can prompt make, you know, spend a lot of time to create references in different systems, from Comfy UI to Midjourney to VO and whatnot, Sora and whatnot. If you've got the passion and the drive to create these stories and go through your own sort of storyboarding and references and put that in and feed it through an AI system to then make a film, at the end of the day, that's nowhere near, like, below any other piece of cinema if it's got the essence of storytelling and like the meat on the bones. It's there, you've created it. It's nothing different than a filmmaker, a director that came and wrote a script and went and shot it with a massive crew, and you know, they've done it and told a brilliant story. I think there's no difference there. The only thing is the tools and how they made it, basically. But yeah, I don't know where I kind of was going with it. But kind of like that's. I think as a tool, it's great. Instead of evolving, it should kind of get a category of itself. but we have to be careful in terms of like it will not yet think of it, but let's also remember this has only been 1 year of where we got from Will Smith eating spaghetti to now realistic type of videos shot on like phone and spreading on Facebook. So we have to be like looking at how that's evolved within a year and how will that evolve within the next 5 years and stuff.
Yeah, I suppose I'd like to be careful not to sort of go into the realms of like deep fakes and all of those very scary things. I think we want to focus primarily on like how do you see it affecting you as a filmmaker and as a director, because making a film entirely using AI could take away opportunities from others, right?
100%. But I think, now you see a lot of actors jumping on board with 11 Labs, for example, and giving their voices. You had Burt Reynolds, and I think there's a couple of like big stars that just basically jumping on board and giving their voice. So now you can clone their voice and you can make this amazing AI narrative and voiceovers that just basically for a subscription, So it's like, it's kind of taken away from voiceover artists because these technologies are kind of like, they're getting better and better and better. And it kind of is ruffling that sort of, like, with again, I'm talking more from the creative, like commercial creative industries, is you still want a level of control. You want to kind of, especially when you're kind of connecting with brands and you're trying to sell something, you want that human side. And I think that's where a lot of brands and a lot of creatives within agencies want more of that human rather than AI. I think advertising space is kind of safe for now. But I think like for films and indie filmmakers, and again, I'm talking more the one-man band or the 5-person crew that can't afford to have a 30 crew team and go and shoot a film. Those 5 people can make amazing work because they don't have the budget to spend £500,000 on locations, kit, crew and all that, but then you've got £500,000, 500 quid to put through subscriptions. You can generate your whole film, and I think that's where I'm kind of like saying that like yeah, you can, and it's an amazing tool for that. But I don't think like when you kind of broaden out and you kind of go into this big crews and cinemas and commercials, like no, it should stay away from it.
Yeah, I find it's making people quite lazy. How is it possible that we're watching feature films now where you can tell a mile away that they've AI generated something, when if you watch something like from the 80s, like The Reanimator, if nobody's seen that, you should, where they made all their own props, they're terrifying. Yeah. But the latest, 28 years later or whatever, the floor zombies, they were laughable because they were so clearly not real. So but it's just...
Again, to kind of go back, sorry to keep interrupting. Again, they shot a lot of those sort of things on the phone, which again, it's a public, like for consumer use device. Again, it shows how revolutionized it is. Going to take my job, and then it's not. But it's different tools, and it's like how you use those tools to kind of create the vision. And sometimes it's more affordable to shoot on an iPhone sensor with big lenses.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What do you think, Maisie?
Well, I think it's one of those territories that there's a real fine line between it, and I think creativity is all about the craft, about the hand, about often seeing the artist through the work that they produce. And I think there's no way to sort of... well, for my work anyway, AI is not something that I'm necessarily wanting to introduce into my work, but it's not something that I can't relate to in any sort of way. So I really sort of resonate with the idea of what you sort of saying, like you only sort of get what you put into it. And when I refer to that through print, that's very much the same, and through many creative processes. I mean, last week when I was at Woolwich Contemporary Print Fair, I was demoing on presses which weren't manual. They were, I can't remember the word, but they were basically not. They weren't geared, basically, these presses. And so it was all the energy you were putting into it was what you got out of it for the print. So the print was affected by that energy. And I think if I refer to that in the way that, you know, AI, you're using it in a particular way, but you're only getting that outcome if you are using it specifically in that way. So I think there's overlaps. It's just a modernised technology, but like, you know, back 500 years ago in printmaking and things, that would have been seen as like. So I think it's all. It's a balance, and I think authenticity is key within it all. Yeah. And I think as soon as a work loses its authenticity, that's when people feel against it, like they can't relate to it, like something that's not like possible. I think if it's something that's possible and, you know, able to be done, and you can see the craft that's gone into it, I think it's different. I think it's seen more as a skill and a tool rather than a sort of easier route into something. I think it's all about the way it's used rather than the actual strategy, like the actual technique and process itself, I think. Because you can sort of do, and you need yourself to be able to make those sorts of things. And I think that's with anything, really. So, yeah, that's what I would say.
Thank you very much. That beautifully brings us to 5 minutes of questions, if anybody's got any for these three. You can just shout them.
Can I just make one more point?
Yes.
Sorry, folks.
4 minutes for questions.
It'll be a quick one, but it's just basically to expand on the authenticity. In my world, as a portrait photographer who sort of ventures into corporate headshots, I think it speaks volumes if you are still hiring a photographer to come in to take your headshot, because there is that art, there is that connection between the sitter and the photographer to sort of create that image. More often than not, I'll go on to LinkedIn and I'll look at people's profile photos, and being a portrait photographer, I can pick out AI generated headshots, and that's done by just like taking various selfies or pictures of yourself, putting them into the search engine, saying, make me look like this, I want a professional headshot for LinkedIn. And I feel quite strongly about this because I feel like if you're cutting corners with your image, which is your often the first impression that people get in a business world on LinkedIn, where else are you cutting corners? For me, like, I'm looking at a business a CEO who uses AI generated headshot. Maybe they've had a bad experience with a photographer in the past and they've decided to do this. But for me, it lacks credibility in that person, which then trickles down into, like I say, where else are they cutting corners in their business? Can I trust this business? And yeah, for me, like, going into businesses and working with them, there's a trust there. They've invited me in, they trust me, and I honour that trust by delivering an image that I feel represents them. There may be pushback, they don't like their picture. I don't like pictures of myself, but that's just natural. It's going to happen. But it's having conversations with them to sort of mitigate that and to work around those kind of complications. But yeah, I just wanted to sort of expand on
I completely agree with you.
Credibility and just creating imagery that fosters trust. Because ultimately, if you're a business, your duty is to provide a service in a lot of fields, and people are relying on you to do that with honesty as much as possible.
Yeah, and it almost, especially in like creative businesses and agencies where they've done that, it does make you wonder. You think, oh, okay, so do you honour the creative hand, or do you think that a computer can just do a designer's job, or it starts questions like that, doesn't it? That means we've got 1 minute for questions. We can go over a little bit, so it's absolutely fine. So has anybody got anything?
Can I ask under the theme of heritage for today?
Yeah.
In 100 years' time, if we all went to another art school reunion thing, whatever it is, to look back at this time now, a question for each of you, how would you like to see your work being viewed in 100 years' time?
I guess that's kind of like,
ultimately,
that's legacy, right? The way that I see that question is like, where do I see my legacy being in 100 years? Is that correct? Is that kind of like a good way to perceive it?
Yeah.
If I was to, I would want someone to think that Lewis spent enough time to create honest photos of people in that period using technology that wasn't typically used or wasn't like the norm of that time. Because it's weird to look forward to look back.
Gosh, 100 years. I think an image came to my head immediately. I would love someone to look at my portrait photographs the way that I look at my grandmother's photos of her. I want someone to open a dusty shoebox and to sniff them, for one of them to have a bent corner and a tea stain on it and a rip and someone's, you know, there's like a handwritten note on the back or so. I want them to feel the way that that feels for me now. And it won't be the same experience, but it will be nostalgic in a new way. So for me, it is very much about the smell, it's the type of paper, it's the blue fountain pen ink on the back of the image, it's the slightly weird yellow colour that the paper goes. And in some cases, they're stuck together because they weren't rinsed properly when they were developed. Or I want to find, I would like them to find like battered old pages of negatives and be holding them up to lights going, what is that? Who is that? Why is that? I think I want it to be met with curiosity and to be found. I don't want it to just exist as like something that is there. I want it to be almost forgotten and then rediscovered, I think would be my ideal situation.
Yeah, I think similar to you, I think a lot of my imagery is drawn upon family archives and photographs that I found of my great-granddad, for example, growing his chrysanthemums and the writing on the back, pride and joy, which it says. And those photographs are so important, and for me, it's encapsulating that sense. That is, I know what you mean, the smell. That smell, that oldie world smell that you can't recreate now.
I wish we could get a perfume.
Yeah, exactly. But that feeling, I want to produce in my work, and I want someone to look at it in like 100 years' time and still be able to relate to it. I think that's what I felt a lot from, you know, feedback and how I feel about my own work, is that it is relatable. Like the subjects I explore with love and loss and grief, like these are all things we all experience at some point in our lives, fortunately and unfortunately. And I think that's what makes the work special, because you can look at it at any time of the day, any year, any century, and you're like, well, like, I understand that. It's a relatable human language that we all can take something from and find comfort in. So, yeah, I think it's similar to you.
And maybe learn as well.
Yeah,
I think I've learned a lot about my family's heritage and actually their relationships to one another and other family history in general. I've learned a lot through finding images and sort of piecing them together. And certainly with my own heritage, I've learned a lot about my grandmother's experience of the Spanish Civil War, for example, and shared experience I had with her when, you know, I showed her photographs that I thought were really cool of bullet holes in Barcelona walls, and she was horrified. She was like, why is that cool? And I really missed the mark there. But that was really interesting to like, and then she'd show me her ID card and just understanding the development and change, I think. So I hope someone would learn something. Maybe they'd go, oh, that's a lamp from IKEA in 2012. I love those, they're vintage. You know, like I hope that we're the same as we are now. You know, it's a little bit like when you overhear someone say, oh, I've got a 90s jumper, and they say it's vintage, and it just makes you squirm a little bit, because vintage in my head is 1920s, but I'm sure that would make someone who's 80 squirm, because I'm like, you know. So I hope that carries on. I hope there's learning from it as well. What about you with film? That's such an interesting, because like home videos for me as well, I immediately thought like I'd love someone to find like all of your old films and be like, oh, look how they used to do it, right?
So interesting that you say that, because the first sort of thing that I was really racking my brain. I was like, how do I want my... And then I kind of like, it brought me back to a pyramid, like a diamond shape. And kind of like, this is where I started. And kind of like my experience kind of grows and grows and grows. And I accumulate, you know, I love mixed media and I love to like work with different mediums and add that to my filmmaking, add that to my arsenal, different, and then basically just strip it down to the core. But with bringing all of that knowledge. So go almost full circle of like going back to what, like look back at my films and like change, like basically redo my films, but with the knowledge that I have now, almost, and that's in the future. Because if I look, even when I look back now at my first films before uni, there was such a sense of like cinema and like that independency. It was a very like, yeah, just rawness of it. And it was pure, it wasn't thought, it wasn't, it was just wanting to tell the story. And I think that's where I want to go, I would love to go back with. But I think there's definitely a ladder to kind of go there. And I think I'm still on that sort of like middle ladder now to kind of like just keep growing.
I love that question of like, what would you tell yourself in the past, knowing what you know now? That's something I ask alumni quite often.
There's a really good film as part of the Love, Death and Robot series.
Yeah.
And it's all about this pool cleaner, robot that cleans the pool, and then I think it discovers a colour, and then which is the colour of the water, which is like a Nova blue or something like that, I can't remember. But then it gets this modification, becomes a person, becomes a successful artist, and has this like gala that he presents this like beautiful piece of art, and then jumps in the pool and goes back to being a pool cleaning robot. And it's just like such an interesting thing of going back to your roots and who you are. And I think that's why I want to kind of like, that's how I'd close the book, is going full circle. It was a very good question.
Yeah.
Very good question, yeah.
It's interesting. I have a project where I've just photographed my nieces since they were really small. And the eldest one is now 10. And actually it is my dream I've been building them photo albums for them to have when they're 18. And they've seen most of these images, but they'll forget because they don't really care, you know. But at some point, I mean, how in 8 years' time, one of them will be 18, so it's still quite far in the future. Maybe I can let you know how they see my work then and just see what that... But the whole point of that project is I want to share with them how the lens that I see them through as they're growing up, you know. And so maybe that's something in that as well, is that in 100 years I'd like an old perspective to be a new perspective again, maybe.
Great.
Any more questions? Great. Well, we can... Oh, go on.
I'm trying to form the question in my mind. It's not quite there, but hopefully this makes some sense. So I'm currently making a project about my grandfather's upbringing during the Second World War, and it's going to be a video game. And what I sort of am wondering, I don't know if one person wants to answer this or if you all want to, but where do you find the balance between having the research but then also taking in your target audience? So you're making something with a purpose. Where do you draw the line between, okay, this is the research I'm doing, this is what I'm going to make? Because, I mean, it's sort of, for me, I'm finding I'm falling into that thing of, okay, it needs to be historically accurate in X, Y, Z, and then you suddenly forget to have the entertainment side of things.
Oh, interesting.
I do think, if I'm able to...
Yes.
Yeah, can I just...
of course,
sorry to be a pain, I'm just very aware of time. How do you feel about taking this question into the foyer? Because I think it's going to go on for like 10 minutes. And I want everyone to feel comfortable, and I'm just aware of other people. Is that okay? Great. Let's take that to the foyer. So we'll all unmic. Thank you for your time. And we'll all meet you out there for a beer so we can let Harry free.
That was great, guys.
Yeah.
Really, really good.